Deep below the Pacific Ocean lies a tectonic monster.
You know how we told you not to panic? Well, that's all panic, run for your life.
The world's biggest tsunami machine. Its dangers hidden from view. Until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans and turning accurate data into 3D images. This time, is the world's next mega earthquake brewing off the coast of Seattle?
We can have the big one right now as we speak.
Why has the discovery of an underwater volcano just 44 miles from Tokyo got seismic experts so worried? And what do scientists caught up in an undersea earthquake learn about the dangers facing New Zealand?
The front of it would have a huge amount of energy. The scale is just immense.
Drain the Oceans reveals the secrets of the deadly Pacific. The Pacific Ocean, the planet's largest and deepest. 500 million people live around its coast. But deep beneath the waves lurks a terrifying monster that threatens all of them. The planet's largest and most dangerous seismic zone. The Ring of Fire. 90% of all earthquakes strike here. And when they do, the consequences are devastating. March 11th, 2011. Tohoku, northeastern Japan. A magnitude 9 earthquake violently shakes the region. The quake causes buildings to collapse and people to flee for their lives. But that's not the end of the destruction. A defining characteristic of the Ring of Fire is that the biggest earthquakes here shake not just the land, but the seabed as well. Generating huge surges of water. Deadly tsunamis. In Japan, almost 16,000 people are killed. And geologists are certain it will happen again, somewhere around the Pacific Ring of Fire. But when and where? Pulling the plug on the Pacific Ocean reveals a glimpse of one of its most terrifying secrets, just off the west coast of America. Not the infamous San Andreas Fault in California, but something close to the teeming cities of Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver. Something far more menacing.
It's known that it's an active structure. It could happen now, and that's truly the source of fear.
This region of North America is known as Cascadia, one of the most beautiful and peaceful in North America. It's also home to 10 million people. They feel safe here, and why wouldn't they? In all recorded history, there's been no trace of any natural disasters in the region. But on the 18th of May, 1980, everything changes.
There is no question at all that the volcanic activity has begun.
Mount St. Helens, 50 miles from Portland. Huge eruptions blast a 1,300-foot crater in the summit of a volcano, long thought to be dormant.
It is the biggest eruption ever recorded of Mount St. Helens so far.
I think it does not look good for people in that area now.
It's the worst volcano disaster in U.S. history, claiming 57 lives. Scientists are now forced to ask a tough question.
Is it scaled to look at tsunamis?
Does the eruption of the supposedly inactive Mount St. Helens mean the 10 million inhabitants of Cascadia are now sitting on a seismic time bomb that just started ticking? To find out, scientists launch an urgent investigation on land and deep under the sea. Off the coast of Cascadia, the latest scanning technology reveals something extraordinary and terrifying. Based upon their exact data, for the first time, we can pull the plug on the Pacific Ocean to reveal their shocking discovery. As the water drains away, a vast world no human has ever seen before is laid bare. For mile after mile across its heart, the Pacific Ocean floor is a vast, flat, featureless plain. Until suddenly, the landscape changes. Here, just 150 miles from the great cities of the Pacific Northwest, a dramatic transformation takes place, revealing a fractured, broken seafloor. Brooding, menacing.
One of the best analogies I can think of is looking at the front end of a car that's been in a head-on collision. Dented and corroded and corrugated into this complex mess.
The scale of this geological fender bender is truly epic. Colossal cliffs, almost twice the height of the Grand Canyon. Some deep enough to hide 6 Empire State Buildings, stacked on top of each other. All of it stretching 700 miles along the Cascadian coastline. This titanic rupture in the Earth's crust is what geologists call a subduction zone. At the core of our planet is a boiling cauldron of molten iron, surrounded by a thick mantle of rock. That outer crust is divided into huge tectonic plates that are constantly in motion. When they collide, they thrust mountains upwards and carve deep trenches into the ocean floor as one plate drives the other back inside the Earth. If the plates lock together, tremendous pressure begins to build.
Only in subduction zones where the plates are compressing together and there's this lock between the plates, those are the only fault zones that have the potential to create magnitude 9.0 and higher events.
But that's not all. Subduction zones, because they are underwater, can generate not just earthquakes, but huge tsunamis. Written history suggests that Cascadia's subduction zone has been inactive for centuries. But does written history go back far enough? Is this monster really as sleepy as it seems? Scientists scour the landscape around Cascadia in search of answers. And in the banks of coastal rivers like this, they find an alarming pattern.
It's very much like a chocolate cake. You slice a chocolate cake and there's a layer of brown frosting, and then down below there's another layer of brown frosting, and the Washington coast looks very much like that.
But there's nothing sweet about these layers of peat and sand.
Each of these buried soil layers on the Washington coast reflected times when the coast had been jerked downwards by the occurrence of an earthquake.
In the layers of peat, David Yamaguchi and geologist Brian Atwater unearth evidence of seismic devastation stretching back over thousands of years. Quakes that scarred the entire coastline of Cascadia. The question now is, when was the last one, and how big was it? The Copalis River, Washington State. Scientist David Yamaguchi is on a quest. He and his fellow scientists already suspect that the 10 million inhabitants of Cascadia are living on a seismic time bomb. But when did it last go off? And how big was it when it did? 3 miles inland, he comes across a haunting sight. This is what's left of a once mighty forest of red cedar and spruce trees. Thousands of petrified corpses scattered over hundreds of miles along Cascadia's coast.
And the mystery here is what killed the trees, and when did they die?
Sampling dozens of the trees, Yamaguchi analyzes their age rings, and what he finds is a new mystery.
The trees were fine and healthy in 1699. Then the following summer, the trees that would normally have produced another annual ring were nearly all dead.
What happened to kill an entire forest in one instant? Another scientist thinks the answer could lie deep in the geological car crash of the Cascadia subduction zone, just 100 miles away. Chris Goldfinger is an underwater earthquake detective, seeking evidence in core samples taken from deep under the seafloor. Studying the layers of sediment reveals when and where earthquakes struck in the past, and how powerful they were.
Sediment settles to the seafloor, but it got there somehow. From some storm, an earthquake, even a volcanic eruption will leave a deposit on the seafloor. And so it's just a very precise, three-dimensional tape recorder, just recording every single thing that happens. Well, this is a core sample from the seafloor off of Cascadia. And it's about 2,000 years worth of sediment.
In the middle of the sample, dating to roughly 300 years ago, Goldfinger finds the classic signs of a large earthquake.
Well, in fact, the shells like this turn out to be shallow water fossils, but this is a deep water core. So these things were carried down from shallow water to deep water. What this points to is a fairly dramatic kind of event.
That dramatic event was an earthquake that triggered a vast underwater landslide. And it all happened around the same time that Yamaguchi's trees died. Next, he compares core samples of the same date taken along the 700 miles of the Cascadia subduction zone. Core after core reveals the same disturbed layer, all occurring at the exact same time. This is evidence of no ordinary earthquake, but a monster.
Cascadia, through the study of past earthquakes, has shown that it's capable of generating earthquakes that run the full length, roughly 1,000 kilometers.
In 1700, the Cascadia subduction zone generated a cataclysmic quake along its entire length, with a magnitude that Goldfinger and other scientists calculate as level 8. But that's not all. This was more than just an earthquake. Japan has a long history of earthquakes and tsunamis, with written evidence going back 1,400 years. Among these historical records, in accounts written by samurai and merchants, researchers uncover reports of a 16-foot tsunami that arrives from far out in the Pacific. Swamping the eastern coast, it destroys houses and causes villagers to flee to higher ground. The date of these reports? 1700.
They propose that our earthquake was magnitude 9. A magnitude 8 was not big enough to produce a wave that's that wide. In addition, based on the arrival times of the waves in Japan, the earthquake must have happened here on January 26th, 1700, at 9 o'clock at night. Yes, local time.
The Cascadia megaquake was so powerful that it generated a tsunami that hit Japan 4,500 miles away. Using the combined insights of experts from both sides of the Pacific and the extraordinary drained landscape of the subduction zone, it's now possible to visualize the titanic events of January 1700 and its deadly trail of destruction.
The entire subduction zone shakes very hard. The ground motion is big, and it's over a big area, so it's going to shake a lot of sediment loose. There are going to be hundreds of landslides. They're going to all come tumbling down the slope and leave a deposit.
The quake also triggers a huge tsunami, which smashes into the coast of Cascadia, flooding the land with seawater, including the red cedar forest and everything else in its path. Although there is no written history of the 1700 earthquake and tsunami in Cascadia, native peoples of this region do hold haunting memories of these terrible events.
The First Nation peoples had oral histories about the Great Battle of Thunderbird and Whale. It had a lot of shaking of the ground, washing away of villages.
The great Thunderbird finally carried the whale to its nest. There were a shaking, jumping up, and trembling of the earth beneath, and a rolling up of the great waters.
Once these stories came to light, the Native Americans essentially said, "Why didn't you just ask us? We knew all about that." The story had a moral, and the moral was, don't build your village too close to the beach.
But evidently, no one was listening. Today, 10 million people live along the coast of Cascadia and in the cities of Seattle, Portland, and Vancouver. And the question is, how likely is it that the monster will roar again?
It's not at all like a clock, but the average time between the earthquakes is on the order of 400 years.
If the Cascadia subduction zone repeats its 400-year cycle, then its next megaquake could be imminent.
We know the strain is building, and we know one day it's going to be released, and that could happen any day.
So, what will happen when the monster wakes?
In a subduction zone earthquake, energy is stretched out, not 10 seconds or 20 seconds, more like 3 minutes.
The shaking's not incredibly violent, but it lasts for a long time, and it's a very long rolling motion. For tall buildings, that's not good news.
With buildings collapsing and infrastructures shattered, it will be hard for the population to escape from the coastal area. The worst place to be trapped.
You know that if you get a giant earthquake, you better assume you're about to get a giant tsunami.
The tectonic plate's sudden release of pressure forces a massive swell in the ocean above.
So the wave height initially might only be a couple of meters, but it might be 200 kilometers long. And it heads out at the deep water wave speed, which is very fast. So it's jetliner speed, 500 or 600 miles an hour. Everything we've seen in Japan, we can expect basically the exact same thing in Cascadia.
30 meters of water rushing in at 10 meters a second kind of velocities. It just scours everything off the surface of the Earth.
Within 20 minutes, the tsunami will approach the coast of Cascadia.
When that wave starts feeling bottom, like all other waves do, it gets compressed from 200 kilometers down to a kilometer or two.
It's like an enormous tide happening very quickly.
A Cascadia megaquake is predicted to be North America's worst ever natural disaster.
The fatalities could be fairly large. We're looking at a few tens of thousands of people at least on our coastline. We know the strain is building. That's quite harrowing to know that we could have the big one right now as we speak.
But Cascadia is not the only populated region in the Ring of Fire danger zone. As the waters of the Pacific continue to drain away, they reveal another sleeping giant near the east coast of New Zealand, where scientists discover traces of an epic seismic event that reshaped the southern hemisphere, and ask, when will it happen again? The islands of New Zealand lie directly on the Ring of Fire. Small earthquakes shake the ground here every week. In 2011, the country's second largest city, Christchurch, is devastated by a magnitude 6.3 quake.
I can confirm that there have been deaths,
killing 185 people. A 100 miles from Christchurch is the town of Kaikoura.
Kia ora, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
A peaceful holiday resort that's popular with nature lovers.
Keep looking out there. You can see they're just out in front of us there.
Its deep, nutrient-rich waters entice whales close to the shore.
This is the beautiful country. That is awesome to see, folks.
While these leviathans are Kaikoura's star attraction, geologists now come here for a very different reason. New Zealand's geologists constantly monitor the threat posed by the faults and fissures that run under the islands, trying to discover where the next big quake might strike. Ground surveys can help, but investigating under the waves has always been a challenge. Until now. Because the latest multiple beam sonar technology is opening up a hidden world.
It's multiple beams of sound energy being released from the instrument on the vessel, and we time how long it takes for that beam to come back. We do what we call mowing the grass, and we're just collecting this continuous image of what the shape of the seabed is.
And the shape of the seabed near Kaikoura is not what they expected. As the data comes in, it slowly reveals something astonishing and potentially lethal. Pulling the plug on the Pacific Ocean exposes the remarkable sight. Just a half mile from the town of Kaikoura, as the water drains away, it reveals the plunging walls of a vast undersea chasm. The Kaikoura Canyon.
The Kaikoura Canyon, it comes within a really short distance of the coastline out here, less than a kilometre. And from there it drops down at 30-40 degrees down to about 600 metres water depth. Then it carries on down to about 2,000 metres water depth.
Stretching for over 37 miles, the canyon forms part of one of the deepest sea channels in the world. The walls nosedive over 6,000 feet. The depth of the Grand Canyon. Geologists wonder at the immense geological forces involved to create such a huge canyon. But also ask themselves, does it pose a threat to those living on the nearby coast? Geologists know that landslides triggered by earthquakes in underwater canyons can generate lethal tsunamis. Could the Kaikoura Canyon do the same? On board the research ship Tangaroa, they investigate.
Let's try it again, Mitch. Mitch.
Using Perspex tubes, they gather evidence from the sedimentary layers on the canyon's floor, looking for signs of seismic activity in the past.
Yep. And this is core 2.
But then, just as they're studying history, they get the chance to make some. Midnight, November 14th, 2016.
We are undergoing a fairly dense earthquake at the moment, so please just get to somewhere where you are safely under some protection. I can honestly say I doubt that I'll be able to stay in the chair for much longer.
The 7.8 magnitude quake rips apart the Earth, creating giant crevices and billions of dollars of damage. Geologist Joshua Mountjoy has never seen anything like it.
The key thing was that it just covered such a large geographic area and it was right on our coastline.
The quake rattles the ground for 2 minutes, causing thousands of landslides across 3,800 square miles. Just north of Kaikoura is the biggest. 800 million cubic feet has shaken to the ground, exposing a virgin cliff face almost a mile wide.
Grass and tussock we're standing on was connected to that grass and tussock up there, and then the whole block slid right down to bring it down to where it is now. So this has happened during the earthquake. We call that co-seismic, and there's actually a fault line running through here that runs right down to the coastline.
The shaking is so severe that it thrusts the foreshore of Kaikoura upwards by 3 feet in just 1 second.
We look out here, we can see a whole lot of seaweed that's stranded above the tide line. Before the earthquake, that would have been down below the sea level.
But Joshua Mountjoy isn't only interested in how the earthquake tears apart the land. As soon as the earthquake begins, he wants to know the effect it's having deep under the ocean, in the newly scanned Kaikoura Canyon. Mountjoy makes contact with the research ship Tangaroa, which is mapping the very far end of the canyon.
We requested that they divert their energy to focus on doing some earthquake response.
That response is to immediately gather core samples from the floor of the canyon before the dust has settled.
So we really had an unprecedented opportunity to assess, well, what is the aftermath of a major earthquake?
If the crew responds in time, they can achieve a world first, recording the impact of an earthquake in a deep sea canyon as it happens. Within minutes of the earthquake, the crew retrieves precious core samples from the seafloor.
They collected the sedimentary deposit that had only just happened, so they were pouring it while it was probably still settling out of the ocean.
And what marine geologist Alan Orpin discovers is intriguing.
Some kind of stratigraphy, I'm not quite sure of it. What we found was a very soupy, fluidized mud that was lying on the seabed. As we moved south, what we found was compelling evidence, core after core, for a thickness of material that had spilled down through the channel.
The more samples they take, the clearer the picture becomes. The shaking of the quake has created a secondary and truly spectacular undersea upheaval.
No one's ever been able to observe one of these huge landscape-scale canyon flushing events to show exactly what effect it had on the canyon itself.
Using the data gathered by the crew of Tangaroa and the remarkable drained seascape, the impact of a large earthquake on a gigantic underwater canyon can now be visualized for the very first time. The seabed shudders ominously as huge tectonic forces power through the Earth's crust. This dislodges a top layer of sediment, becoming a gigantic canyon-flushing landslide. Rock and sediment tumble down the steep walls. 850 million tons of debris roars through the canyon, gouging 160 feet out of the floor.
It's really like a powder snow avalanche. The front of it would have a huge amount of energy, moving at about 70 kilometres an hour and maybe 400 metres high. It's spreading tens of kilometres across the ocean floor. It's just going to take over everything that's down there.
The landslide travels with such velocity, it carves a path across the seafloor for an astonishing 435 miles. A landslide of this ferocity has the potential to generate a tsunami that could devastate Kaikoura.
When a landslide creates a tsunami, you need a large chunk of material to slide down slope. And what happens is it's coupled to the water above it and actually pulls it down with it. And then as that water rebounds, then you create your wave.
This time, Kaikoura is lucky. No large objects fall off the canyon rim. Next time, the town may not be so fortunate. And the dramatic events of 2016 draw the geologist's attention to an even bigger tsunami threat nearby. By continuing to drain the ocean off the northeast coast of New Zealand, we can see the reason for their fear. Lurking just north of the canyon and frighteningly close to the New Zealand capital of Wellington, the Hikurangi subduction zone. 2,174 miles of seismic trouble. Geologists recently learned that stress has been building at its southern end for hundreds of years. And they believe that the 2016 earthquake has ratcheted the pressure up even further. Understanding what's happening here has become an international priority. 100 ocean floor seismic measuring devices and support scientists recently arrived from Japan. They're here to monitor and record the mounting stresses in the hope of discovering the true danger of Hikurangi. Geologists delve deep into the subduction zone's tectonic past. And their results are astounding. It hasn't fractured recently, but deep in its past, it produced something bigger than anyone had imagined. Now, using the geologist's data, it's possible to reconstruct, for the first time, a tectonic event that reshaped a hemisphere, the Ruatoria avalanche. Just 200 miles from what today is New Zealand's bustling capital, Wellington, the epicenter of one of the biggest seismic events in the history of the Earth. 170,000 years ago, the Australian plate is bearing down on its Pacific neighbor, grinding down everything in its path, even a towering volcanic cone 6 times the volume of Mount Fuji becomes collateral damage. The resulting seismic shock triggers an underwater landslide on a scale rarely seen, moving a swath of broken rock, the equivalent of 3/4 the size of the Grand Canyon.
So the Ruatoria avalanche is the second biggest submarine landslide in the world. It's absolutely enormous, 3,000 cubic kilometres. And if you can try and visualise a cubic kilometre, that's a kilometre high by a kilometre long by a kilometre wide, 3,000 of them.
Nobody knows when the Hikurangi subduction zone will fracture again. But when it does, geologists estimate the tsunami wave from the megaquake will take only 7 minutes to reach New Zealand's capital city, Wellington, and its 500,000 residents. And such a huge tsunami wouldn't only impact New Zealand. There would be an ocean-wide alert as the waves fan out into the Pacific. The last time a tsunami on this scale hit the southern arc of the Ring of Fire was December 26, 2004. Devastating 14 countries and killing 230,000 people. A terrible reminder of the power of the deadly Pacific. Continuing to drain away the Pacific Ocean reveals a very different kind of seismic threat 5,000 miles away. Right next to one of the most densely populated cities on the planet. Just 44 miles from bustling Tokyo, a mysterious underwater feature has scientists on the edge of their seats. The island nation of Japan suffers from its position on the Ring of Fire. The country accounts for about 20% of the world's earthquakes of magnitude 6 or greater. Its biggest city, Tokyo, has been hit by 9 mega-earthquakes in the past 95 years. But just 44 miles off the city's shoreline, geologists have recently discovered a new and very different tectonic troublemaker. The first discovery is made by scientist Ken Tani. He's heading out to test his new underwater remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, in the waters just off the island of Oshima, south of Tokyo Bay. Until now, the waters here have been considered safe passage for one of the busiest shipping lanes into the port of Tokyo, with 400 vessels passing through here every day. But that is about to change. "44 miles from Tokyo Bay, Ken Tani prepares an underwater survey using an ROV. Passing over a rocky mound on the seafloor, he discovers something extraordinary. A seismic beast that has lain hidden for hundreds of thousands of years. Using Ken Tani's own data, draining away the Pacific Ocean reveals what is lurking below the waves. As the water recedes, it exposes a large, flat plateau. Near its center, what looks like an ordinary hole in the seafloor. But on closer inspection, the frightening truth emerges. It's the vent of an undersea volcano. Thousands of years ago, it very likely had a towering cone, but erosion and wave action has worn it down, which is why no one discovered it before. But is it as dormant as it appears? Ken wastes no time in exploring the crater.
So that's the sea surface.
Testing the water temperature around the outlet with a submarine thermometer. And what he finds surprises everyone.
We found this very active high-temperature hydrothermal vent, which suggests even more that it's volcanically active. We first got very excited, but at the same time, I started to get concerned about the potential hazards if it erupts in the near future.
The smoldering undersea volcano is named Umuradashi, 44 miles south of Tokyo, placing at risk the lives of thousands of mariners in the shipping lanes above. In 1952, an underwater volcano like Umuradashi erupts 260 miles south of Tokyo. Superheated magma reacts with water to produce what's called a phreatomagmatic explosion, an underwater steam bomb. A nearby ship is engulfed in the explosion, killing all 31 on board.
The big problem with the submarine volcano, it can erupt anytime, and even from a small eruption, if the boats were going above it, it can cause severe maritime safety issue.
A stirring volcanic giant is not just a danger to shipping. A major eruption could send tsunami waves racing towards Tokyo. Population, 38 million.
Even from a very small eruption, it can cause severe impact.
Ken decides he needs to keep Umuradashi under surveillance. Nothing happens for 5 years. Then, when he returns to gather fresh samples, Umuradashi has another unpleasant surprise for him. Returning to the drained ocean floor reveals his next shocking discovery. In addition to the crater, 5 more volcanic cones. That's 5 more possible outlets for the volcano. Only one is currently active, but all could become so. And if the volcano keeps growing, Umuradashi could become an even greater threat by breaking the surface and spewing toxic ash into the sky. Active volcanoes can do this astonishingly quickly. It took Nishinoshima, Japan's latest volcanic island, just 2 years to grow from a flat-topped underwater summit to this tectonic monster. Measuring 1 square mile and 443 feet high. But Nishinoshima is nearly 600 miles from Tokyo. Umuradashi is only 44. Once out of the water, any major eruption of Umuradashi could shower Tokyo in choking volcanic ash. Despite the dangers, Ken Tani and his team continue to monitor Umuradashi. Any increase in the volcano's activity could signal impending disaster for the thousands living on nearby islands and threaten the safety of millions in nearby Tokyo. Draining the Ring of Fire has revealed hidden geological wonders and terrors, exposing new evidence of this immense power of plate tectonics and its ability to create and destroy. Hitler's darkest secrets and most terrifying weapons lost below the waves until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans, and turning accurate data into 3D images. This time, was Australia's most prized warship destroyed by a Nazi secret weapon? What made this killer U-boat invisible? And how close did Hitler come to building an atomic bomb? Hitler's ambition was global. As the waters of Northern Europe drain away, they reveal evidence of the Nazis' most terrifying weapon of all. Norway, Lake Tinn. How did a secret operation here destroy a Nazi nuclear dream?
At the bottom, there's this Nazi secret. No one can be sure about what's down there.
During World War II, Nazi scientists begin the race to harness atomic power.
Hitler's dream was to develop this bomb that could really devastate and destroy London. Turning the war in the blink of a second. That was his dream.
But the Nazis need a crucial ingredient to make an atomic bomb. It's called heavy water.
Heavy water was a vital component of the attempt of the Germans to get their nuclear reactor to work. It's chemically hydrogen, but it's heavier. It's twice the weight.
The world's largest producer of heavy water is near Lake Tinn in Norway. The Mork power plant, once the world's largest hydroelectric power station. It's this energy that powers the creation of the precious heavy water. April 9th, 1940. Germany invades Norway.
The Nazis were eager to get control of the heavy water at the Vemork plant, due to the reason that they wanted to use it as a cooling aid in their nuclear reactor. In 1942, at the peak of the production here at Vemork, they produced as much as 1,000 kilos of heavy water.
Over a ton is a big step towards building Hitler's first nuclear reactor.
It looked as if Germany might well get a nuclear bomb quickly, and the Allies were obviously very concerned about that. Churchill wanted the heavy water plant to be destroyed.
Vemork power plant becomes a priority target for Allied air raids and sabotage. Damage like this eventually forces the Nazis to safeguard their stockpile of the precious commodity. February 20th, 1944. The Nazis plan to move almost a year's output of heavy water by train from Vemork. The carriages will cross Lake Tinn by ferry. From here, the cargo will travel to Germany, to the site of a nuclear reactor. Soldiers load around 40 barrels onto railway carriages. The hydro ferry departs, but it never reaches its destination. At 10:45 in the morning, it sinks. The cargo tumbles into the water. 27 people are rescued. 26 go down with the ferry, mostly innocent civilians. For decades, the hydro ferry and her secret wartime cargo lie hidden in the dark waters. Until now. Fredrik Soreda is a maritime archaeologist. He has studied this area for over 20 years.
I'm standing on the shores of Lake Tinn. It's a very dramatic lake in Norway. It's got high mountains up to 1,000 meters around it, and the lake is very deep, so it actually goes down to 460 meters. For decades, this lake had a big secret. And to be able to uncover that secret, the whole lake had to be explored.
1,500 feet is too deep for divers. So Fredrik works with an expert in remotely operated vehicles, Thor Olav Sperre.
So today we have the remotely operated vehicle. It is used to go down to the shipwreck so that we can film it and also make a lot of other interesting documentation.
They're equipping the ROV with the latest multi-beam sonar technology, allowing them to probe the darkest depths.
Take it up and then we can load a new profile and then start doing the other tests. Yeah.
Multi-beam sonar fires sound waves to the lake floor. The return signal displays the shape and depth of the features beneath.
It becomes then a very detailed image, and that's what we're looking at. That's what we want.
And Thor Olav knows where to look. He's been fascinated by the story of the lost ferry for years, and he was one of the first to find the wreck. Now, he's back, with powerful new scanning equipment and cameras that will finally give him the most detailed record of what's down there. Eventually, a ghostly shape looms into view. The icy depths of the freshwater lake have preserved the decades-old secret.
Oh, there we go.
Coming there.
Oh, there it is.
I see the rail.
Where are we now?
On starboard.
Very nice. The superstructure is still standing there, and we can see a lot of things on board still.
Yeah. We're only 3.5 meters above it.
Oh, look, that's is that a railway carriage? Or?
Yes, it is. Upside down.
It's upside down. So it's been thrown over. Yeah, that's the wheels.
The cargo on these carriages was once destined for Nazi Germany. Instead, it lies deep in the darkness of a Norwegian lake. But why is the ferry here? For the very first time, the waters of Lake Tinn drain away to reveal the true picture. Using multi-beam sonar data combined with cutting-edge computer graphics, the lake's astonishing underwater landscape comes clearly into view. The first clue lies in the shape of the valley itself. There are steep banks which descend 1,500 feet down to the bottom of one of the deepest lakes in Europe. As the waters of the lake drain fully away, the drowned ferry is brought back into the light of day for the first time in over 70 years. First, the stern of the 170-foot-long vessel, tilting downwards. Then, the wreckage of the railway carriages. And the captain's wheelhouse. The spread of the wreckage is firm evidence of a catastrophic, sudden sinking.
Here we can clearly see the wreck, and we can see the wheelhouse up here.
Yeah.
And we can see there's something behind here. Maybe
the bow is probably down in the mud.
So what wrecked the ferry? The answer is one of the most daring sabotage operations of World War II. Norwegian resistance fighters learn about the Nazi heavy water shipment. They are ordered by London to stop it at all costs. The night before the ferry departs, under cover of darkness, the saboteurs board the vessel and place a time bomb set to detonate at a precise moment, then leave the ship to its fate.
The saboteurs knew the stakes couldn't be higher. They had to stop the transportation to Germany.
Draining Lake Tinn reveals that the ferry is precisely targeted to sink in the deepest part of the lake. No Nazi diver can ever retrieve the barrels of heavy water from these depths. But is the ferry carrying enough heavy water to give Hitler an atomic bomb? Draining Lake Tinn in Norway reveals an infamous Nazi nuclear secret strewn across the lake bed. Was there enough heavy water on board to make the Nazis' nuclear bomb program go critical?
After the ferry went down, there was a lot of speculation that the heavy water on board the hydro had been replaced by normal water because it was so lightly guarded. So we wanted to go down and take up a barrel to prove that this was, in fact, the heavy water that was being shipped to Germany.
The team has already examined 3 barrels from the depths. Testing samples taken from inside the barrels proves that they do contain heavy water. But was the ferry's cargo large enough to help Hitler build an atomic bomb? The only way to find out is to probe the darkness of Lake Tinn and see how many barrels are left. Draining the waters of this Norwegian lake unlocks the answers. Amazingly, still intact after more than 70 years. First, 1 barrel on the deck, then 2 more spilled over the side. Then 2 others, 60 feet from the wreck site. That's 5 barrels visible around the wreck.
Well, you can still see numbers on the barrels, yeah. We believe that maybe 10 barrels floated because they were not full. And we have picked up 3 barrels.
With at least 18 barrels accounted for, and using the scan data as a guide, the survey team can calculate where the others are.
We believe that most of the other barrels are actually on board the ferry, still, underneath turned over carriages.
That's about half a ton of heavy water. Enough to be a vital missing component for the Nazis' nuclear reactor.
After the war, those involved in the German nuclear program said that the loss of the heavy water was absolutely decisive and stopped their reactor program in its tracks.
Nazi secret weapons are deployed across the globe, including the Indian Ocean. Draining the waters here, off the coast of Western Australia, reveals 2 shattered wrecks. What appears to be a German merchant ship and HMAS Sydney. This mighty Australian warship disappears in November 1941. Will draining HMAS Sydney uncover the mystery of what happened in the national disaster?
For the Australians, the loss of the Sydney almost became something like a national trauma. It was the pride of the Australian Navy. Not knowing about her final resting place and the fate of her crew puzzled the Australians for decades.
After the war, a German captain, Theodor Detmers, claims to have defeated the Sydney in battle. Few Australians trust the German captain's account. He had abandoned his ship, the Cormoran, which was reportedly nothing more than a cargo vessel. And there was no evidence of a battle. The only way to know for sure is to find both ships. The vessel Geosounder begins a remarkable search off the coast of Western Australia. Equipped with new scanning technology and supported by the Australian government, the expedition is led by one of the world's top wreck hunters, David Mearns.
The atmosphere was very tense, very pressured. I had to locate not just one ship, but 2 ships.
The search area is huge. But amazingly, the captain of the Cormoran left an account containing vital clues to where his ship went down. Mearns homes in on an area 125 miles off the coast.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
This is exactly what you're looking for.
After 12 days at sea, a sign.
Here we go.
Here's the rest. Yeah. There it is, the shadow. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Just as Mearns hoped, by using the captain's account as a guide, he's found the cormoran. Is he close to finding the Sydney, too?
Everything all up there.
Just 4 days later, the missing warship comes into view.
It came up on the screen suddenly, and we knew immediately that was the Sydney. It was just total elation that we had found it.
We got it. That's it. That's HMS Sydney.
At a depth of 1.5 miles, it's too deep to dive, so an ROV explores the wreck site.
Run it. There's a gun. It's it. It's what? Oh, stop right
That's
there.
it.
Wow. Oh, look at that.
Among the ruins of a savage fight to the death are chilling reminders of this ship as a war grave for 645 men. But the underwater ROV camera only gives us glimpses of the sunken ships. Now, by combining the scan data with computer-generated imagery, it's possible to drain the Indian Ocean. This is the HMAS Sydney, the pride of a nation. Visible for the first time in over 70 years. The warship is pockmarked by battle damage, clear evidence of an epic close-quarters firefight. Now, using evidence from the seabed, it's possible to reconstruct a remarkable struggle between the two lost ships and show a Nazi secret weapon in action. Draining the Indian Ocean reveals the lost Australian warship, HMAS Sydney. But how did such a powerful vessel fall victim to an ordinary merchant ship? The cormoran captain's account offers some clues.
Der 19. November war Bußtag. It was November 19th, 1941. A beautiful day with warm sunshine. As so often in the Indian Ocean, the visibility was perfect.
Suddenly, at 4 p.m., the two ships eye each other on the horizon, 16 miles apart. The cormoran signals that it's an innocent Dutch freighter. But as the Sydney moves in for a closer inspection, the cormoran prepares to unleash its deadly secrets. The Nazi captain knows his only chance is to lure the warship into a close-quarters fight.
Jeder Meter weniger brachte sie zur besseren. I let her come closer still. Langsam. Slowly. Langsam. Slowly.
Then, the cormoran plays its trick. It appears to be an unarmed merchant vessel. But in reality, the Nazi ship is packed with the kind of deadly technology that Q might have created for James Bond.
The cormoran's mission in the Indian Ocean was to prey on Allied shipping. It was very much hit-and-run tactics.
Unaware of the cormoran's true identity, the Sydney moves in closer.
The two ships were about 1,000 meters apart. Well, that's basically point-blank range.
Der Gegner lief jetzt in die. The enemy cruiser was now coming within the range that I considered suitable for my guns. I gave the order. And tarnen. Decamouflage. The Dutch flag was hauled down, and the German war flag ran up.
According to the rules of war, concealed weapons are perfectly legal. But only if the ship reveals its true colors before firing. With the wreck of HMAS Sydney now drained of seawater, the first shocking evidence caused by Cormoran's hidden weapons can be seen in the clear light of day. The top of the captain's bridge, the command center of the ship, is missing. But why? On the Cormoran, hidden from view, a repurposed Army anti-tank gun emerges and fires, shattering the Australian captain's bridge.
The command structure of Sydney would have been wiped out in the first opening shot of the battle.
Rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns now rise up on hydraulic ramps, cutting down the Sydney's crew. On the Sydney's main forward gun turrets, the tops have been blown off. And there's a blast hole in the middle of one of the guns. What causes this? Despite its innocent appearance, the Cormoran carries very heavy weapons, perfect for close-range combat. At the push of a button, counterweighted panels lift up to reveal these powerful guns. At virtually point-blank range, their overwhelming firepower knocks out Sydney's forward gun turrets.
It's probable that those guns were taken out in the first 10 seconds, 15 seconds of the action.
Although caught by surprise, the Sydney is still able to return fire and hits the Cormoran's engine room, setting it ablaze. The Nazi ship now prepares its sledgehammer blow. Underneath the waterline lie 2 concealed torpedo tubes, and there are 4 more above the water, each hidden by a steel flap. It takes the Cormoran's crew just 32 seconds to prepare and fire a torpedo.
They inflicted a great deal of damage very quickly on the Australian cruiser. Guns firing, the shells exploding. I mean, it's absolute mayhem, hell on earth.
They were just being wiped out. It would have been absolute carnage.
6:25 p.m. Confident that the Sydney is fatally wounded and most of the crew already dead, the Nazi captain ceases fire. Victory.
Was in der Seekriegsgeschichte noch nicht. Never before in naval history had an armed merchant vessel defeated a cruiser in open battle.
Draining the water away from HMAS Sydney means crucial evidence of what caused its final death blow can now be seen. A 90-foot section of its hull is missing. The Cormoran's torpedoes caused critical damage and a huge explosion. The Sydney's entire bow breaks off, causing the whole ship to plunge 1.5 miles down, with 645 men on board.
Sydney disappears entirely. There are no survivors. It's the most serious loss in the Australian Navy's history. Now we've found the wreck, we know what happened, and now we have an accurate idea of what happened to the ship.
But if the Sydney was defeated, why is the German raider also at the bottom of the Indian Ocean? There's a clue in the original scans of the seafloor. Near the wreck is evidence of a debris field caused by a massive blast. What happened to sink the Cormoran? The Nazi ship sails away victorious, but it's been mortally wounded in the battle.
With the Cormoran's engines broken down, a huge fire on board, and a number of mines in the hold, which were highly explosive, Commander Detmers had no choice whatsoever but to abandon ship.
Hitler has similar merchant raiders, just like the Cormoran. To stop the ship's many secrets from being discovered, the crew then blow up their own vessel. Today, the two ships still lie just 13 miles apart on the seabed. The world's oceans hide Nazi secrets deep underwater. The Baltic Sea. Draining the icy waters here reveals a forgotten German aircraft carrier that never saw battle. Graf Zeppelin. It disappeared more than 70 years ago. Why is Hitler's only aircraft carrier lying heavily damaged at the bottom of the Baltic Sea? For decades, the ultimate fate of the Nazis' only aircraft carrier is a mystery. But then an oil survey vessel begins scanning the Baltic Sea.
First of all, we came across something that piqued our interest. We found it using a multi-beam sonar. After post-processing, the first measurements indicate that it's about 260 meters long.
It's the largest wreck ever found in the Baltic.
Wow!
It was a really big find. It was really spectacular.
Now, diver and historian Stephen Burke is in the Baltic to investigate the monster of the deep, the Graf Zeppelin.
When I first learned about the Graf Zeppelin, nothing was known as to what had happened to it at the end of the war. What happened after that was a complete mystery. I made it my mission to go out and find what the fate of the ship had been.
In the darkness, nearly 290 feet down, there are only glimpses of the lost giant. Timber decking on the flight deck. Massive chains from one of the anchors. At 850 feet long, could its massive size be the very reason why this mighty vessel never played a full part in the war? December 1938, Kiel, Germany.
Hitler loved launching large warships. He took great pleasure in it. He saw them as great national symbols.
Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe, is master of ceremonies.
Der erste deutsche Flugzeugträger soll auf Befehl des Führers Graf Zeppelin heißen.
The Nazis had huge ambitions for the vessel. More than 40 fighters, bombers, and torpedo aircraft would have made it a mighty war machine. Elevators would carry aircraft from the lower deck up to the flight deck. Planes would launch by catapult.
The thought of Stukas taking off from an aircraft carrier, carrying out torpedo and dive bombing attacks on Allied ships, it would have greatly strengthened their naval position.
Winston Churchill sees the Nazi aircraft carrier as a priority target.
The British were very concerned that the Germans would complete the Graf Zeppelin. There was a significant threat.
But the Nazis are slow to finish this vast warship. Though launched and seaworthy, final work is delayed time and time again because it needs huge amounts of construction material.
Contrary to appearances, Germany was very short of resources. She was very short of steel. Because it was thought the war would be short, then It was thought that the Graf Zeppelin might not be complete in time to take part in the war. So they had to stop building large warships.
February 1945. The Nazis faced defeat.
In early 1945, Admiral Dönitz issued a scorched earth policy, which was that they were to destroy certain key assets to prevent them falling into Russian hands. And one of those assets was the Graf Zeppelin.
The Graf Zeppelin is scuttled by a German wrecking crew, never to see battle. But that isn't the end of the story. It was abandoned on the River Oder, but now it rests 200 miles away in the middle of the Baltic. Why is the Graf Zeppelin here? After the war, the Russians seized the vessel as booty.
The Russians raised it, so they sealed the holes, they pumped the water out and floated the ship.
Then they decided to use the Graf Zeppelin for a unique Cold War experiment. Stephen Burke visits the Polish Naval Academy in Gdynia to investigate. He's working with former Polish naval officer Adam Olejnik.
We have a picture, a lot of damage from different military materials.
Stephen's looking for clues to explain the ship's final moments.
There's less damage.
Less damage.
Less damage on the port side.
Yes.
Okay. And this was the aircraft.
Adam is part of a Polish Navy team which positively identified the Graf Zeppelin.
The enormity of this vessel was a surprise. It's hard to imagine if you haven't seen it before.
They used the mapping technology to scan the wreck. By using the detailed sonar scans, now, for the first time in over 70 years, evidence of the Graf Zeppelin's final moments can be seen. Emptying the Baltic Sea of water reveals an incredible sight. The 850-foot-long drowned Leviathan. The wreck clearly shows extensive damage caused by explosives, including a large 100-foot hole in the deck.
It looked like the result of bombing.
The hole wasn't there when the Germans abandoned the ship. So what caused it? In August 1947, the Russians want to see how much punishment the Graf Zeppelin could take before it sinks.
So they planted a series of bombs inside the wreck. 2,000-kilo bombs that are detonated on the flight deck. They then sent in a series of waves of aircraft to attack the ship with bombs. Of over 90 dropped, only 5 or 6 hit.
The Soviets have no aircraft carrier of their own. So by bombing the Graf Zeppelin, they learned a lot about their potential new enemies, the British and the Americans.
Sinking the Graf Zeppelin showed the Russian that aircraft carriers were not necessarily as easy to sink as they might have thought. They wanted to find out how you sank them, and they did.
Die uns zusammenführte, im Kampfe ringen und froh werden ließ.
Nazi secret technology reached around the world, and draining the oceans reveals evidence of it in the most surprising places. The English Channel. The grave of a remarkable vessel equipped with a secret technology that could have changed the course of the war. Draining the oceans here reveals the mystery of the Nazi U-boat U-480.
U-480, you could call it the first stealth submarine in history.
This vessel vanished in 1945, carrying a lethal secret technology. What made this killer Nazi sub invisible? August 1944. The D-Day landings in France have put Nazi Germany in peril.
In August 1944, the situation for the German U-boats in the British Channel was rather grim, because it was one of the best defended areas around the British Isles.
The Allies have a highly effective method for hunting the submarine raiders: sonar. Earlier in the war, the Nazi U-boats savaged Allied shipping in the Battle of the Atlantic, largely by hunting in packs on the surface, where sonar is of limited use. But by 1944, heavy surface patrols forced the U-boats to operate completely underwater, making them much more vulnerable to Allied sonar.
This isn't wolfpack warfare against convoys. It's individual submarines stalking individual ships.
Operations in a submarine in the English Channel at that time were extremely dangerous. Your chances of survival if you're the commander of a U-boat are about 50-50.
The Nazis want to counter the threat of sonar.
The German answer to sonar detection was developing some kind of cloak of invisibility.
By August 21st, 1944, Hitler's designers have achieved their dream of stealth technology. U-boat captain Hans Joachim Förster and his crew lie in wait, deep in the English Channel. And the Allies never realize he's there.
It's unprecedented. He gets into the English Channel, and in 5 days, he sinks 4 ships. And he gets out. It's the most devastating patrol carried out into the Channel up to that time. It's quite remarkable.
Will draining the waters of the English Channel help explain this Nazi secret? Underwater archaeologist Innes McCartney investigates reports of a U-boat wreck about 20 miles off the coast of southern England, hidden 200 feet down.
When you hit the water and you put your hand on the downline and you're swimming down to the wreck, you know, the sense of anticipation is just truly incredible. Your first interaction with this completely unseen object is, can you work out what it is?
Now, for the first time, the waters in the English Channel drain away and bring U-480 into the clear light of day. The secret of the stealth submarine is revealed. The entire surface of the U-boat is covered with rubber panels. Each panel has a series of tiny regular holes. Instead of reflecting sonar signals back to an Allied warship, these rubber panels absorb them, making it effectively invisible.
I put my hand on a black rubber panel, and I was like, I don't believe what I've just seen.
Diminishing the effectiveness of the other side's sonar could well make the difference between life and death.
Today, in Kiel, Germany, one of U-480's sister boats still survives.
U-480 wasn't a particular new design. It was the basic Type 7 U-boat, only covered with this special cloaking device.
But draining U-480 raises another critical question. If it was undetectable, why is U-480 at the bottom of the English Channel? Removing all the water means that clues to the damage done to U-480 can now be revealed. It has sustained a critical blow. The stern section is broken off, and there's a hole in the pressure hull. What caused such devastating damage? Faced with a modern high-tech threat, the Allies resort to a very old-fashioned response. Mines.
The trap that U-480 fell victim to was a secret minefield.
February 1945. Shipping lanes crisscross the channel. But all Allied vessels are secretly warned not to travel in a specific shipping lane area. And unknown to the U-boat crew, the British lay what's called a deep trap minefield, far below the surface. Then wait.
U-480 returned to what had been its old hunting grounds, expecting to find some more targets. The navigational buoys were there, so it seemed as if the route was still being used. In fact, it wasn't. The British were laying minefields, and these came as a very nasty surprise.
It was like the exact point they knew U-480 was going. Targeted killing based on intelligence. That's why you keep it secret. You're blind. Terrifying.
£320 of explosive bursts a hole in the submarine, letting in tons of water per second. There is no chance of escape. The secret stealth technology was years ahead of its time. But in the end, even its special cloak of invisibility could not save U-480 from the victorious Allies. The Nazis lost World War II. But the deadly secrets they left behind under the world's oceans are a reminder of the extraordinary courage of the men and women who brought the Nazis down. Deep beneath the tropical waters of the Gulf of Mexico lies a seething history of piracy, slavery, and bitter conflict.
The Gulf of Mexico is the Wild West of the sea, and it's every man for himself.
Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans and turning the accurate data into 3D images. This time, why did a deadly German U-boat end up at the bottom of the ocean, off the coast of New Orleans?
Within very short range, the hunter becomes the hunted.
Who was on board this mysterious wreck? From a time when pirates and slave traders ruled the waves. How did a single asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico wipe out the dinosaurs around the globe?
The base of the food chain is knocked out and things begin to starve.
And how did drilling for oil result in one of the biggest environmental disasters in U.S. history?
In theory, that well should have been easy.
Draining the ocean shines new light on the secrets of the Gulf of Mexico. 66 million years ago, dinosaurs roamed the Earth. Then, in a geological instant, they are wiped out around the planet. Can draining the water from the Gulf of Mexico explain why? The story begins not in the Gulf, but over 1,500 miles away in New Jersey. This former quarry is one of the most important fossil sites in the world because here, paleontologists discover a mass prehistoric graveyard.
This is the boundary between the Cretaceous period, the age of the dinosaurs, and the age that comes after that, the Paleogene. And what we have here is a bone bed where we have about 25 fossils per square meter. Paleontologists have never found an in-place dinosaur bone 1 centimeter above that extinction layer anywhere on the planet.
The absence of dinosaur fossils above this layer can mean only one thing. They were wiped out by a sudden, cataclysmic event 66 million years ago.
Whatever took out the dinosaurs was global, terrible, and instantaneous.
Experts have offered many answers, but only one is widely accepted.
By far the leading explanation is that an asteroid hit the Earth 66 million years ago and unleashed hell on Earth and took out the dinosaurs and 75% of life.
Scientists scour the planet, looking for evidence of asteroid strikes. But none of the impact craters that they find are big enough and of the right age to be the culprit. Then, in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, they find a surprising lead. Mario Robledo is an expert in a remarkable natural phenomenon found all over the region: sinkholes, known locally as cenotes. Formed by the erosion of soft limestone, they can be hundreds of feet deep. Exploring them requires years of experience.
There are many caves, so it is easy for any inexperienced diver to go into one of these caves and get lost, or run out of air when you are in there. And that can be fatal.
Mario discovers that many of the cenotes are linked through deep subterranean channels. But that's not all. They also display a remarkably similar structure.
Normally, in sedimentary rocks like limestone, you expect the bedding to be horizontal. We saw a layer of rocks that are vertical, and on top of them, the rocks are again horizontal. This means that in this period of time, some big geological phenomenon happened that tilt them to that position.
When seen from above, an extraordinary picture begins to emerge. The cenotes form an outline. It looks like the rim of a gigantic crater. The most likely explanation is that a massive asteroid strike reshaped this region, and then the sinkholes formed in fault lines around its edge. Could this be the crater that's linked to the death of the dinosaurs? Today, millions of years after it was created, the heart of the impact site lies concealed, not just under the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, but under several thousand feet of sedimentary rock. The only way to calculate its age and see if it dates from the demise of the dinosaurs is to analyze rocks from the crater itself.
To really understand impact cratering, we actually need to pull rocks from ground zero. We need to find a place where we know that the damage has been the greatest in order to get a sense of the way impact craters work.
In 2016, an international team of scientists drilled down from this specially adapted oil platform.
And so we're pulling up limestone after limestone after limestone. We're getting ages from the fossils within them. We know we're at 48 or 50 million years, but we're not yet at 66, right? And then things suddenly jumped in time.
The team hits a layer of melted rock, indicating an asteroid strike. And samples confirm that the rocks are 66 million years old, the exact moment when the dinosaurs died. Next, the team analyzes the rocks to calculate the asteroid's power, comparing their data to that generated by nuclear bomb tests.
We can come up with an estimate of the amount of energy released, and that turns out to be about 10 billion Hiroshimas.
Using this data, it's possible for the very first time to create a 3D visualization of the crater, now hidden deep beneath the Earth, and discover how a single asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico could wipe out dinosaurs around the globe. First, the entire Gulf must be drained away. As the water recedes, it reveals a vast continental shelf running around the coastline. The crumpled plain is thick with sediment, but the crater is still hidden under thousands of feet of rock. 66 million years of geology must now be rolled back, draining away layer upon layer of sedimentary rock until the impact site begins to emerge. A site that no living creature has witnessed for 66 million years. The crater is immense, over half a mile deep and 120 miles wide. Around its edge towers the outer rim, formed by rock ejected from deep within the Earth's crust. Now, by studying the crater's profile, it's possible to determine the size and speed of the asteroid. It's over 7 miles wide, and it travels at 40,000 miles per hour. And the crater's dimensions tell us something else. 30,000 cubic miles of rock are displaced here. Vast amounts hurled into the atmosphere, setting off a devastating chain of events.
It blows a hole in the ground about the size of the state of Massachusetts. Now, all that rock, it gets pulverized, thrown up through the Earth's atmosphere, starts to orbit the planet. And when that rock comes back in, it's got a tremendous amount of potential gravitational energy. It heats up the atmosphere to toaster oven or pizza oven temperatures, frying everything that doesn't have a place to hide.
Almost every living creature within 600 miles is killed by this deadly fireball. But those farther away do not escape.
Later that day, the tsunami waves wash up on the shore. These could have been hundreds of feet tall, maybe even half a mile tall when they hit here, and they would have run up through the continent. Animals that are still alive would have heard the wave coming for them, but wouldn't have seen it in the darkness.
But the asteroid strike becomes a truly global disaster for one specific reason: where it hits Earth. This part of the planet contains rocks high in sulfur. On impact, the sulfur is vaporized and blasted high above the Earth.
Well, that sulfur combines with the atmosphere and becomes sulfate aerosols. And sulfate aerosols are excellent at blocking sunlight.
This deadly cloud shrouds the planet, and the Earth begins to cool. By studying the crater in more detail, it's possible to see new evidence of how the crater's shape makes the sulfur cloud even more deadly. The northeast rim is open. The asteroid hits deep water here, absorbing some of the impact, and 30 minutes later, the ocean rushes back in. Water vapor from this tsunami combines with the sulfur to form sunlight-blocking gases in even larger quantities.
The plankton in the ocean can't do photosynthesis, and pretty soon the base of the food chain is knocked out and things begin to starve.
Lack of sunlight means the entire planet experiences an average cooling of 47 degrees Fahrenheit for up to 16 years. Only the toughest plants and animals survive. The dinosaurs do not. One question remains: was this event unique, Or could it happen again, this time wiping out humankind?
There are other near-Earth objects out there, asteroids, just like the one that took out the dinosaurs, and we do not know where they all are. Every day, scientists are discovering more and more asteroids that have the power to menace our Earth.
Now, we think we've tracked all the big ones, so we don't think there's another event that's just around the corner. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep making sure, given the circumstances.
As we drain the Gulf of Mexico further, it's possible to reveal areas where humans are drilling thousands of feet below the seabed to exploit a natural resource formed 100 million years ago: oil. But how did a failure while drilling in the Gulf of Mexico turn into the biggest oil spill in U.S. history? The economy of the Gulf of Mexico is driven by oil. This vast oil-rich basin accounts for 17% of total U.S. crude oil production. Nearly half of America's oil refining capacity sits along the Gulf Coast. But it's offshore that the scale of the infrastructure needed to bring oil to the surface is truly staggering. Using the latest data and visualization techniques, draining away the waters of the Gulf of Mexico exposes an extraordinary underwater world, normally hidden in the dark depths of the ocean. But how did an accident here cause the worst environmental disaster in the history of the Gulf of Mexico? Pump jacks like these, introduced in the 1920s, can only extract oil in very small quantities on land.
An old well like this is perhaps producing only 10 barrels per day of oil. This is old technology. This is on the twilight of an oil field. You can tell that because it's nodding up and down. That means that the pressure in that reservoir down there is low. It's about ready to be finished.
In the 1940s, oil companies discover a far more productive source below the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Here, the oil doesn't need to be pumped, it flows. And the reason lies deeply embedded in the unique geology of the Gulf.
The Gulf of Mexico is one of the more oil-rich areas on the planet because out beyond us was once an ancient swamp 300 million years ago. That swamp now is not only under the water, it's underneath the earth. And as a result of pressure and heat, all of that organic material has been transformed into oil.
To produce an oil field, three things are essential: a layer of kerogen, the organic compound which creates oil; a permeable rock, such as sandstone, known as source rock, for the oil to accumulate in; and a trap, a layer of impermeable rock above, to prevent the oil dissipating. By drilling down through this hard layer, it's possible to extract the oil and gas from the reservoir below. And the Gulf's continental shelf provides the perfect base for offshore drilling platforms.
When you look out over the Gulf of Mexico and you see this flat expanse of water, most people don't realize that this is very shallow. You can go 50 to 100 miles out, but it's only 100 feet deep.
Since the first platform was constructed just a mile offshore, the network has expanded greatly. Around 3,500 platforms now sit off the coast. But it's only by draining the ocean that it's possible to see the sheer scale of the infrastructure hidden beneath the waves. As the water recedes, these huge structures are left high and dry. There are more oil platforms here than in the rest of the world combined. In the 1970s, companies begin to move off the continental shelf into ever deeper waters to tap into even bigger reserves. Operating in the Gulf's very deepest regions, up to 10,000 feet below the waves, where conditions are extremely hostile.
It is completely black. Temperature down there is just above freezing. You're drilling another sometimes 20,000 feet below the seabed, and it gets extremely hot. So you have this big contrast between something that's very hot to something that's very cold, let alone the extremely high pressures that we have.
Today, there are around 50 deepwater rigs sited in the Gulf, continuing to drain its waters beyond the continental shelf reveals the huge scale of infrastructure needed to bring oil to the surface from these super deep wells. Clusters of wellheads control the flow of oil and gas from deep below the seabed. The pressure in the wells can reach up to 22,000 pounds per square inch. The wellheads connect to a central manifold up to 100 feet high, which controls the flow of oil and gas from across the oil field up to the production rig. The rig separates the oil and gas before they're transported to shore by pipeline, some stretching for hundreds of miles as they wind their way along the seabed. An incredible 43,000 miles of pipeline snakes across the floor of the Gulf. With oil reserves close to shore now becoming depleted, companies continue to search the Gulf of Mexico for new, more productive oil fields. Special rigs, costing nearly $500,000 a day to operate, drill exploration wells called wildcats, reaching miles below the seabed. One such rig is called the Deepwater Horizon.
The Deepwater Horizon is an exploration drilling rig. We use what we call mobile drilling units to come in and drill the initial well. If we find oil, we run casing down there, we cement it off, and then we move that exploration rig off location and then come back later to put on the production equipment.
In 2010, the Deepwater Horizon strikes oil 50 miles off the coast of Louisiana in an area codenamed Macondo.
In theory, that well should have been easy, in that the water depth about 5,000 feet. We have been drilling in 5,000 feet of water since 1979. The pressure wasn't too high either. However, we are in a very potentially dangerous industry.
And now another major story developing in the Gulf of Mexico. 11 people are missing after an explosion and fire on an offshore oil rig.
The explosion happened aboard a mobile offshore drilling unit called the Deepwater Horizon. It erupted with 126 people on board.
The cement lining, designed to seal the well before the rig moves away, has a leak in it, allowing oil and gas to force their way up to the rig and ignite. After burning for 2 days, the rig sinks. The 11 missing workers are never found. In the aftermath, 60,000 barrels of oil per day escape into the Gulf. With the wellhead a mile underwater and the oil pressure so high, engineers can't stop the flow.
In the immediate aftermath of the disaster, even while the well was flowing, the government stopped all deepwater drilling in the Gulf of Mexico, and rightly so, until we could figure out what had happened and what you need to do to be sure not only it doesn't happen again, but if it does happen, that you have equipment so that you can stop it immediately.
To seal the Macondo well, engineers design a solution from scratch, a capping stack to latch over the wellhead, working remotely at incredible depths. By the time the well is sealed, 87 days after the blowout, nearly 5 million barrels of crude oil have escaped. The worst environmental disaster ever to strike the Gulf of Mexico. The wreck of the Deepwater Horizon now lies on the seabed. But it's not alone. Human commerce began in the Gulf of Mexico hundreds of years before the oil and gas industry took hold. As the water continues to drain away, an extraordinary relic of the region's maritime history is about to be revealed. From a time when the Gulf became a superhighway for pirates and smugglers trading in the most valuable commodity of the age, human life. Oil and gas exploration means the seabed of the Gulf of Mexico is surveyed in fine detail. And the search for oil regularly uncovers long-lost shipwrecks, including a mysterious ship 150 miles south of New Orleans. As the water of the Gulf of Mexico continues to drain away, it will be exposed to the sky for the first time in 200 years, giving an extraordinary insight into a period renowned for piracy, smuggling, and slavery. Who was on this mysterious ship, and what was its cargo? Sitting at the mouth of the great Mississippi River, New Orleans in the early 19th century expands rapidly.
New Orleans was basically a bustling maritime entrepot. I mean, this was one of the largest ports in the Western Hemisphere, and it was situated centrally in the Gulf of Mexico. And so you have hundreds of ships coming and going, importing, exporting all sorts of different kinds of trade goods, but you're also seeing an increase in illicit activity from slave trade to smuggling, and this place is just booming.
Hard evidence of this extraordinary period of maritime history is extremely rare. Then, in 2011, an oil company identifies a wreck, giving it the name the Monterey.
This particular shipwreck lies on the seafloor at an approximate depth of 4,500 feet, or almost a mile, which makes it really difficult to get to. But it also means it's going to be that much better preserved because the temperature at that depth is 4 degrees Celsius, and that really slows the rate of decomposition.
The team launches a state-of-the-art remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, to investigate.
The ROV takes 4 hours to get down to the seafloor, and so, there's this anticipation. When the ROV hits the floor and cruises up to this particular site, and we lay our eyes on the shipwreck for the first time, we're astounded, we're excited, because what we're looking at is a largely intact ship, almost a mile deep in the Gulf of Mexico, and it was just mind-blowing.
As the ROV travels over the wreck, it sends back tantalizing glimpses of the ship and its contents.
At this depth in the ocean, it's pitch black. There's no light. You can't see anything unless you light it up. So when we're working on sites like this in particular, we're only getting snapshots or small glimpses of the site itself. We don't have the entire picture while we're viewing the ROV footage.
The ROV also captures precise data from onboard sonar equipment. Combining this with the latest visualization techniques, it's now possible to drain the ocean and pull the plug on more of the Gulf of Mexico, letting archaeologists view the wreck from any angle and examine it in unexpected detail. Will seeing it for the first time in 200 years help them discover what it was doing, how it came to lie on the seabed, and the biggest mystery of all, who was on board? As the water recedes, the ship is revealed. The bow, sheathed in copper to protect against marine organisms, still intact, and the anchor still stowed. Chain plates, once used to secure the rigging, indicate it had 2 wooden masts, long lost to the ocean. With the water gone, 6 cannon lay exposed to the sky. And around the stern, lying on the seafloor, a cache of muskets.
What struck me was this was a ship that was very long and narrow, particularly at the bow. It struck me as almost being like a clipper ship, a specific type of vessel that came into the fore, really, in the early 1800s.
Clippers were perfectly suited to the Gulf of Mexico due to their shallow draft, ideal for navigating the Gulf's coastal waters and marshy bayou.
What also struck us was that it was armed. It had cannon, and there were muskets. Was it a warship? Was it something else?
Is it a privateer?
Privateer is basically an individual that has written permission, a letter of marque or a letter of commission, from a respective government, giving them permission to capture ships, to make incursions on enemy soil in the name of that particular country.
Privateering is basically state-sponsored piracy, in which the privateer gets a cut of the action and the rest goes to the state that's licensed.
In the first 2 decades of the 19th century, there are hundreds of privateers in the Gulf of Mexico. But as the ocean drains even further away from around the Monterey, there's a twist to this story. The wreck is not alone. As the water disappears, a complete picture of the entire seafloor begins to emerge for the very first time, revealing the remains of 2 other ships, each containing further clues.
It's really exciting to have one shipwreck, but when all of a sudden you go from 1 to 3, it gets incrementally more exciting. Because now we're not talking about just one wreck, we're talking about a potential convoy.
Wreck A, the first ship discovered, is heavily armed with cannon and muskets for close-quarter combat, leaving researchers to think it could be a privateer. With Wreck B, it's clear that the wooden hull has been consumed by the ocean. But its cargo is still intact. It's carrying animal hides, a valuable commodity at the time and frequently traded. Treated and rolled for shipment, they're well preserved by the cold waters. Wreck C, exposed to the sky for the first time in 200 years, is a larger 3-masted vessel. But amongst this wreck, there's no cargo to be found.
What does that mean? Well, it means the ship was either sailing in ballast, that is empty, or it had a cargo that was perishable. And that perishable cargo could have been everything from rice or grain to one possibility being a very sobering thought, and that is it could have been carrying people. It may have been a vessel engaged in the illegal slave trade.
The transatlantic slave trade sees slaves violently captured and shipped from West Africa, and then forced to work on U.S. plantations. Although owning slaves remains lawful, the import of new ones is outlawed by Congress in 1807. Great Britain also bans the trade and uses its navy to hunt down and capture slave ships. With much money still to be made, smugglers continue to bring captured African men, women, and children through the Gulf of Mexico and into its maze of channels and waterways, aiming for New Orleans and its slave markets. Is Wreck C involved in this brutal, callous business?
Now, we didn't see manacles or anything of that sort, but in this period, when it's lost, it's entirely possible, as we know from other cases, that people were simply locked below in the hold, and with those that were most capable of trying to escape being tied up.
The team begins to piece together the evidence.
In thinking about these 3 ships as a convoy, we can hypothesize a variety of scenarios. The first would be it's an armed escort with 2 merchant ships that need protection to get from one port to another. It could be a privateer with 2 prizes that it captured. In looking at the cargo on the second ship, we have stacks and stacks of cowhides. Those would have brought a great price at the market, even if you were smuggling.
To unravel the mystery further, they select a range of artifacts and bring them to the surface. They could reveal once and for all who was on board.
One of the unique things about this particular shipwreck, Monterey Shipwreck A, was the cannons and the presence of muskets. Those were all British military musket types. They were absolutely ubiquitous in this region during the first half of the 19th century. So having British muskets on a ship does not mean that it's a British vessel.
The crew's nationality remains a mystery. But there are other clues that may tell us what caused the ships to sink.
A portion of the collection that was recovered were navigational tools. The importance of these tools was so great that you would have wanted to have taken those with you. And so leaving them on the ship is foreboding, and it suggests that maybe everyone perished.
The Gulf of Mexico is notorious for a particularly violent force of nature, hurricanes, giving rise to one likely scenario.
All three of them were running together in what clearly was a very violent storm. You had a quick moment to look on the horizon, see the other guys there, and then their lights disappear if it's at night, or they disappear in a squall, and the next thing you know, the Gulf is coming over your own decks, and you're being dragged down into the depths and into the darkness.
The Monterey Group of Wrecks provides a new insight into the maritime history of the Gulf of Mexico at a turning point in U.S. history.
The Monterey shipwrecks are important because they're evidence of that transition to the birth of a new nation. How trade continued while the Spanish Empire crumbled. Why New Orleans was such an important part of this interregional, burgeoning global trade. And that's what those shipwrecks speak to, and that's what they're symbolic of.
The Monterey wrecks are not alone. As the water drains away further, leaving the darkest depths of the Gulf of Mexico exposed, one of the most extraordinary stories of all is about to be revealed. A state-of-the-art World War II submarine, not American, but German. What was Nazi submarine U-166 doing in the Gulf of Mexico? And how did it meet its end? December 11th, 1941. Hitler declares war on the United States.
Deutschland, Italien und Japan werden den ihnen von den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika und England aufgezwungenen Krieg mit allen ihnen zu Gebot stehenden Machtmitteln gemeinsam bis zum siegreichen Ende führen.
When the U.S. enters the war, a new battleground opens up, the Gulf of Mexico. Today, by draining away its dark waters, it's possible to reveal secrets from this desperate period of conflict, when a ruthless battle to rule the waves comes to America's own shores, and solve a mystery which has baffled historians for over 70 years. Immediately after entering World War II, the U.S. faces a deadly peril off its eastern seaboard: Nazi U-boats. Their objective is to disrupt Allied shipping bound for Europe at the source. The U-boat commanders are highly experienced, having honed their skills in battle since 1939. The United States is completely unprepared for them.
Ships were escorted across the North Atlantic in convoys, both ways. But once they got into American coastal waters, they were unescorted, and they were therefore easy targets for the U-boats.
To make matters worse, the U.S. government fails to impose a blackout. Ships sailing along the coast at night are perfectly silhouetted, sitting ducks.
This was a key vulnerability the Germans noticed, and they sent their submarines in to exploit it.
German submarine commanders call it American shooting season. Between January and June of 1942, more tonnage is sunk off the U.S. coast than the Allies have lost during the previous 2.5 years, as the Nazis try to starve Britain of vital supplies. The U-boats then take the war into the Gulf of Mexico. And the reason is oil.
Most of the world's oil at this time came through the Gulf of Mexico. Hence, it was the equivalent to the Arabian Gulf today.
It's not just oil tankers. Any Allied ship is seen as fair game.
The U-boat skipper did not want to pass up on the opportunity to sink what might be a valuable cargo of a specific commodity, be it foodstuffs, be it machinery or parts. He couldn't know for certain, but he did know that if he sent a ship to the bottom, he was aiding the German war effort.
One such ship is the Robert E. Lee.
The Robert E. Lee was a passenger freighter. It was coming from Trinidad up to New Orleans, and it actually was carrying American construction workers and also a lot of other passengers that were victims on previous U-boat sinkings.
As the Robert E. Lee approaches New Orleans, U-166 is on patrol. One of the latest German long-range submarines, U-166 is capable of traveling across the Atlantic without the need to refuel. A thoroughbred ocean predator, commanded by battle-hardened Captain Hans-Gunther Kuhlmann.
Hans-Gunther Kuhlmann had not had a lot of success during this mission. He had sank a couple small boats, including one that was just a few tons, actually bore the same name as his wife, Gertrude. And so, as soon as he saw a large vessel of over 5,000 tons, it was a big target, and it was an opportunity for him to get some tonnage under his belt.
The details of the battle, including the fate of U-166, for years remains one of the Gulf of Mexico's greatest mysteries. Rob Church is a marine archaeologist for a company performing surveys of the sea floor for the oil and gas industry. When a wreck is discovered, his job is to assess its historical importance.
So this is the typical inspection class ROV. It's a 3,000 meter rated system. On this particular one right now, we have 3 camera arrays here. We have the stereo cameras for collecting 3D video. We have the HD camera above them for collecting high resolution video. We also have a 7-function manipulator arm, which allows us to be able to pick up things on the seafloor, collect samples, also set out experiments, etc. And then we have the scanning sonar. This allows us to detect targets on the seafloor to inspect, or we can also use it to navigate around shipwrecks.
While conducting an oil pipeline survey using an ROV similar to this, Rob Church comes across a wreck.
We approached from the stern, and you could see the railing, you could see the decks of that passenger freighter, and there was no doubt at that point that we were looking at the Robert E. Lee. This was a thrilling moment. And to see a boat like the Robert E. Lee, which is really a beautiful wreck site, it was incredible.
Over 5,000 feet down, the ROV scans the site, collecting valuable data. From this, it's possible to drain away the ocean and see the drowned vessel as she is today, but this time, exposed to the sunlight. As the water pours away, the wreck of the Robert E. Lee is revealed in extraordinary detail, providing new evidence on her final moments. The bridge is gone, unable to withstand the forces of drag as the ship plummeted through the water. The deck gun on the stern is in the stored position, showing the attack is sudden and unexpected. And lying next to the wreck are 2 lifeboats. The speed with which the ship goes down does not give the crew time to deploy them. Experts calculate that it takes just 3 minutes for the Robert E. Lee to sink. But one important part of the puzzle remains unanswered. What happened to the U-boat that fired the deadly torpedo? As the water continues to drain away from the wreck of the Robert E. Lee, one of the Gulf of Mexico's biggest maritime mysteries is about to be solved. July 30th, 1942. The German submarine U-166 fires a fatal shot at the merchant vessel Robert E. Lee off the coast of New Orleans. It sinks in 3 minutes, but the Robert E. Lee is not alone. It's escorted by a submarine chaser, Patrol Craft 566, captained by Herbert Claudius.
The indications are that the U-boat had no idea that the patrol craft was bearing down on them. They were proceeding at periscope depth, watching the Robert E. Lee sink. It wasn't until the patrol craft got within range and began actively pinging sonar against the hull that they first apparently realized that they were under attack at that moment and began to dive.
Within very short range, the hunter becomes the hunted.
As patrol craft 566 passes over the U-boat, Captain Claudius fires 2 rounds of depth charges. Unable to confirm a kill, he turns his attention to rescuing survivors of the Robert E. Lee. The fate of U-166 remains unknown. 2 days later, a U.S. Coast Guard plane spots a U-boat surfacing 140 miles away. It drops a single depth charge, and the U-boat disappears. The plane crew is credited with sinking U-166. But despite extensive scanning of the seafloor, no trace of a wreck is ever found.
Finding something that so many people had looked for so long, it's kind of a, it takes an element of luck.
Studying a sonar scan of the seabed around the Robert E. Lee, Church spots a mysterious object less than 2 miles away from the wreck.
So as I first saw the image, I realized it had potential. But it was about 50, 60 feet short of the dimensions of a Type 9C German U-boat.
What was this mysterious wreck 140 miles away from where U-166 was believed to have sunk? Could it be the missing sub? Further draining of the ocean uncovers the truth. As the water recedes, light begins to pour onto this mystery vessel. The conning tower of a German U-boat gradually appears, its antenna unretracted, indicating it dived suddenly and under duress. Next, its hull is exposed to the sky for the first time in over 70 years. The configuration of the conning tower and deck guns exactly matches the missing U-166. And from another angle, the reason the sonar image is short suddenly becomes clear. The U-boat's bow is missing, blown off by a massive explosion. As the water continues to drain away, the missing section is revealed, lying 500 feet away. A depth charge alone could not have caused such catastrophic damage. So, what happened?
It appears that after one of the depth charges breached the pressure hull, that it probably set off an internal explosion, which then ripped the bow section off.
When the submarine dived, perhaps torpedoes became loose, it was more likely that an explosion would occur. This was a successful depth charge attack, and it was clear that this was actually sunk as claimed by the submarine chaser.
22 people lost their lives on the Robert E. Lee, and all 52 perished on the U-166. The 2 wrecks are now considered a war grave and cannot be salvaged. Draining the ocean is the only way to bring the wrecks to the surface, and in the process, set the record straight. With the U-boat discovered lying less than 2 miles from the Robert E. Lee, there can be no doubt who sank it. The kill is now credited to Herbert Claudius, captain of Patrol Craft 566. Soon after the sinking of U-166, the tide begins to turn in the Battle of the Atlantic.
Inevitably, the Allies were able to push back against the U-boat assault, thanks to a variety of factors: increased surveillance, more convoys, as well as the ability to strike from the air. The U-boats were steadily defeated.
Nevertheless, during the Second World War, while operating in U.S. waters, the German Navy sends 609 Allied ships to the bottom of the ocean, with the loss of only 12 U-boats. Of those, only 1 submarine is sunk in the Gulf of Mexico, U-166. Looking below the waters of the Gulf of Mexico has solved long-lost mysteries and brought deadly secrets back to the surface, showing that the story of North America, through trade, war, and even the death of the dinosaurs, can only be fully seen and understood by draining the oceans. Beneath the clear blue waters of the Mediterranean lie treasures of ancient empires, relics of their bloody wars, and secrets of the seismic forces that shaped them, lost beneath the waves. Until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans, and turning accurate data into 3D images. This time, what apocalyptic disaster triggered the collapse of Europe's first civilization? Can an extraordinary 2,500-year-old shipwreck unlock the secrets of ancient Greece? How did these deadly objects turn ancient Rome into a superpower? And why does the Sin City of the Roman Empire lie abandoned beneath the waves? Ancient people call it the Middle Sea, the center of the known world. The Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans build mighty civilizations upon its shores. Empires battle for supremacy across its waters. Cities grow rich and powerful through trade. The Mediterranean becomes a superhighway, connecting cultures that will shape the modern world. But only by draining the sea can we reveal its biggest and most terrifying secret. What happened on this spectacular Greek island to doom an entire civilization?
They must have thought this was it, the end of the world.
3,600 years ago, 15 centuries before the Roman Empire, a mysterious people dominate the Mediterranean. We call them the Minoans. Their home is on Crete. Here, they build magnificent temples and palaces and decorate them with stunning frescoes, celebrating their love of life and of nature. But there's a darker side, too. The Minoan royal palace at Knossos is said to contain a labyrinth, home to the Minotaur, a fearsome creature, part man, part bull, with a terrible appetite for human flesh. But apart from a grisly myth, much about the Minoan world still remains a mystery.
We can't decipher their language. We only have their archaeological remains. But what that tells us, I think, is that they were extremely imaginative, they were extremely adventurous, and that they developed a sophisticated hierarchical society that was capable of producing elements of art and architecture which still astound us today.
Historians do know that the Minoans spread across the Mediterranean, trading olive oil and pottery for gold and ivory, growing ever richer and more powerful. And then, in the 15th century BC, their ancient civilization begins to fade from the pages of history. For centuries, no one knows why. Until scientists start to look closely at the nearby island of Santorini.
Santorini, it has this very, very calm water. It's almost like it plays with you and deceives you. Looking at this view, you would never imagine how dangerous it once was and how dangerous it is.
The island is famous for its spectacular jagged cliffs, which tower above a beautiful natural harbor. But what created them? And can they help explain the downfall of the Minoans? Marine geologist Evi Nomikou believes that crucial clues may lie deep beneath Santorini's tranquil waters.
As I was born in Santorini, I wanted to study the area to reveal their secret. Being a marine geologist means that you are having access to the mystic world of the seafloor, so you can see features that nobody else can see.
She harnesses the latest multi-beam sonar technology to scan the depths of the huge bay. By transforming her data into powerful computer imagery, it's possible to drain away the waters of the Mediterranean. And reveal Santorini's terrifying secret. The sheer cliffs tower 1,000 feet above sea level and drop a further 1,000 feet to the seafloor, framing a vast basin large enough to hold 10,000 Olympic stadiums. The basin is a huge crater, and Santorini itself is the remnant of a gigantic volcano. But that's not all. On the rim of the crater, more evidence of Santorini's violent past. Undiscovered until 1967, these shattered ruins are all that remain of a once thriving city, known today as Akrotiri. It was destroyed when the volcano erupted and buried under so much ash that it remained hidden for 3,500 years.
It's almost like a window back in time where you can see how it was when it was destroyed.
And deep in the ruins, archaeologists discover something remarkable. These stone steps were not broken by the ash and lava from a volcano. They were shattered by an earthquake.
When the earthquake happened, everyone fled their town, but then they came back to start rebuilding their homes, and this is exactly what we're seeing here.
Believing the danger over, people move furniture into the streets so they can start repairing their houses.
We're seeing the beds placed outside of their homes. We're seeing the stones and mud getting ready to be used to rebuild these homes.
But then they are struck by an apocalypse. The first stage of the eruption is so powerful that it engulfs Akrotiri and suffocates the whole island in a thick layer of debris. And the date of this cataclysmic eruption? Around 1625 BC, the same time as the Minoans begin to disappear from the pages of history. But how could a single eruption trigger the collapse of a great civilization based on an island 70 miles away? Until recently, most scientists have focused only on the evidence above ground. But Evi Nomikou believes that once again, the real clues lie underwater.
Scientists have been occupied studying only their own land geology, so we are starting mapping the seafloor in order to find out the total volume of that big, destructive eruption.
Evi heads outside the Great Crater to hunt for new evidence on the seabed. And what she finds is extraordinary. proof of the sheer scale of this eruption. As the waters of the Mediterranean recede still further, they reveal wide stone terraces, fanning out from the mouth of the volcano, the size of 20-story buildings. They point to one cause: they're called pyroclastic flows, torrents of superheated gas and molten rock.
The pyroclastic flow can cover everything. They travel like a hurricane. They can destroy everything on their path because of the high temperature, up to 1,000 Celsius.
When they hit the sea, the pyroclastic flows cool and become solid ramparts of rock. Around Santorini, they stretch for a staggering 20 miles in every direction. Evidence of multiple eruptions, lasting for days. By measuring the stone terraces, scientists calculate that the volcano throws out 14 cubic miles of debris, an eruption far more powerful than they had ever imagined. It's one of the biggest volcanic explosions in the history of the planet.
Let's try to imagine what this eruption looked like. If you were sitting somewhere in any of the neighboring islands, it would have appeared like the end of the world.
At first, the volcano blasts out a column of superheated debris more than 20 miles high.
This huge funnel of black ash and cloud could have been seen going all the way to the sky.
Some of the volcanic plume falls to Earth, many miles from Santorini.
It would have been raining pumice on the surrounding islands.
But now, the volcano unleashes its most devastating surprise. And in its path lies Crete, the center of the Minoan world. 70 miles from Santorini, the Minoans on Crete see the soaring column of ash and smoke from the erupting volcano. But they have no idea of the disaster to come. The volcano blasts millions of tons of lava into the sea, triggering wave after wave of powerful tsunamis.
When the tsunami arrived in Crete, they were probably taken totally by surprise. Imagine seeing this wall of water, in some places 10 meters high, advancing in. It must have looked like that this was the end of the world. Totally unexpected. The wrath of the gods.
Entire coastal communities are swept away by waves up to 30 feet tall. Ports are destroyed and ships smashed to pieces. And the gods aren't finished yet. After the eruption and the tsunamis, another disaster is looming. Clouds of volcanic ash cast a deadly pall over the whole Mediterranean, dramatically cooling the Earth.
There were a series of effects from the eruption that together fatally weakened the Minoan civilization. A tsunami event, a divine event, the destabilization of their economy, the failure of harvests over several years. That was the moment when Minoan civilization started to die.
Without their ports and ships, the Minoans lose their mastery over the Mediterranean. Invaders challenge their power. And as the sun sets on the collapsing Minoan civilization, new powers arise. 500 miles from Crete, just off the coast of Cyprus, the draining waters of the Mediterranean reveal a remarkable discovery almost 2,500 years old. What can it tell us about the lives, the power, and the pleasures of the ancient Greeks? In the centuries after the fall of the Minoans, the city-states of Greece produced dazzling art and architecture, forging ideas in mathematics, democracy, and theater that still shape our world. The Greeks take to the sea in their wooden sailing ships, risking their lives to explore, colonize, and trade with each other. Hundreds of boats shuttle across the Mediterranean, linking settlements in Africa, Asia, and Europe. They are the lifeblood of Greek civilization. But these ships are a mystery. Only a few remnants have survived to offer a glimpse into how they worked and what they carry. Until now. A shipwreck recently discovered in the seas off Cyprus is helping to bring this lost world back to life. Archaeologist Stella Domistica and her team are unlocking the wreck's secrets. Where did it come from? What was it carrying? And why did it sink?
It's pretty deep, so it takes a while when you're diving before you can see the sea bottom.
It looks all very higgledy-piggledy. It looks like, well, someone's dropped a whole load of garbage in the ocean.
But this apparent chaos is packed with clues about the lost world of the ancient Greeks.
This is really fantastic for an archaeologist.
Exploring such a deep and complex site is challenging.
Diving at 45 meters has several constraints, and time is one of them. The maximum we can stay per day is 20 minutes.
It's almost impossible to work effectively at such depths. So the team explores the site using a technique called photogrammetry, taking hundreds of pictures of the wreck from different angles.
So instead of trying to make decisions at 45 meters where your brain doesn't work properly, taking the pictures allows us to have the luxury of diving through the screen of our computer as long as we want it.
Using the unique photogrammetry data, it's possible for the first time to drain the Mediterranean, allowing sunshine to illuminate a site that's been in darkness for 2,500 years. The debris lies in the shape of a ship. Much of the timber hull has rotted away, leaving only its ancient cargo. Hundreds of earthenware jars, known as amphorae, piled neatly on top of each other, many of them still intact.
Amphorae look very odd. They look very ungainly and not very well designed to be storage jars or certainly container jars on a sea vessel. But they are a design that's evolved over centuries, and actually, if you stack them all really neatly together, they do all make sense. And they were the way that you transported things around the ancient world.
Amphorae like this give the archaeologists some vital clues. Their distinctive shape varies, depending on where and when they were made. This one dates from the 4th century BC and comes from the Greek island of Chios, 500 miles from the wreck site. So, what was in it? Although the amphorae are all now empty, They offer intriguing clues about what they once contained.
In this case, we have the opportunity to see evidence. This dark coating inside the amphora, we have to imagine that it was all over the inside walls, and it was pitch or resin, so it was a kind of sealant to make these walls waterproof. So we are sure that these are Chian wine containers.
Wine from the island of Chios is highly prized throughout the ancient Mediterranean. The wrecked ship is loaded with the equivalent of more than 10,000 modern-sized bottles, a hugely valuable cargo, and a telling insight into the ancient Greek trade in luxury goods.
The Greeks loved their wine. This little wreck off Cyprus is the tip of the iceberg of the wine trade. It was an absolutely fundamental part of their society and of all their cultural experiences, whether that be religious or whether it be letting their hair down and having a really good time.
The greatest thing about ancient Greeks is their love for life. They like to talk, to think, to discuss, to drink, to party.
There was a great profit to be made in making sure that the rich around the Mediterranean world had a good supply of very good wine to drink.
Trading in wine and other luxury items makes good money for the Greek city-states. But their ships carry an even more precious cargo as they traverse the Mediterranean and beyond. From Egypt to southern France, they spread Greek ideas and culture that influence Western civilization to the present day. But this cargo never reaches its destination.
One of the most important questions that we ask in shipwreck archaeology is why this ship sunk.
The biggest clue is the shape of the debris. The way that the jars lie grouped together, rather than scattered about, proves that the vessel didn't capsize. So what did happen?
The ships in antiquity were open-decked. The hold was not covered with a deck, so when the waves were very high or we have a storm, then the water was coming in.
The ship is most likely overwhelmed by a wave. Pulled down by the weight of all the expensive wine to a watery grave. As the waters of the Mediterranean continue to drain away, they uncover unique evidence of a titanic clash between two ancient superpowers. This is the site of a battle that would change the course of history.
When they saw the Romans in front of them, they had one of these "oh no" moments.
What can these bizarre objects on the seabed tell us about the merciless rise of the Romans? The 3rd century BC. Rome already controls mainland Italy and has ambitions to expand across the whole Mediterranean. But its navy is weak.
Rome was known as being a terrestrial power, not a maritime power. It was not known for fighting sea battles, but they were set on a militaristic path of maritime control.
This brings them into conflict with another superpower of the Mediterranean, the Carthaginians.
The Carthaginians were great traders, great seafarers, controlling most of the West and Central Mediterranean, and it was that fact that brought them into conflict with Rome.
Carthage, from its position on the north coast of Africa, commands the most powerful navy in the region. To challenge Carthage, Rome must first learn a new kind of naval warfare. So begins a titanic struggle that will last for more than 100 years. The winner will dominate the Mediterranean for the next 7 centuries. Its first truly decisive encounter happens somewhere off the west coast of Sicily, near the Egadi Islands. Here, according to ancient historian Polybius, the mighty navies of Rome and Carthage go head-to-head in an epic battle. He describes the clash of 2 huge fleets involving 400 ships and at least 100,000 men, turning the waters of the Mediterranean blood red. But Polybius writes his history at least half a century after the battle, and for a Roman audience. So how reliable is his account? However huge this battle may have been, no one has ever been able to find any trace of it.
Taking the description from an ancient historian and actually pointing to the exact place on the surface of the globe where the battle took place is extremely difficult.
Bill Murray and a team of marine archaeologists are on the trail of some extraordinary finds reported by local fishermen. But the area they need to survey is huge, many miles across. So first, they sonar scan the seabed. Then they launch a remotely operated vehicle to investigate the finds.
As you're watching the live feed of the video from the ROV and it's going across the seafloor, the shapes suddenly pop into view and it's incredibly distinctive. So there's a great moment of excitement as these objects are first seen.
They discover a truly astonishing shape 300 feet down.
Yeah. These are the rarest artifacts we have from antiquity.
So what is it? Using the data gathered by the expedition, it's possible to pull the plug on the Mediterranean, emptying the waters from around the coast of Sicily. The mysterious object on the seabed comes clearly into view. It's 3 feet wide and made of metal. Its jagged edges suggest a deadly purpose.
So these are bronze battering rams. They would have been attached to the front of a ship. And this was the main method of attacking and destroying ships in antiquity.
Rams are the super weapons of ancient naval warfare. The large vertical fin is like a splitting axe, and the horizontal fins are like blades to slice through an enemy ship's timbers.
You didn't have cannon fire, there were no kind of guns in a la Pirates of the Caribbean or anything like that. The only way to take down the enemy ship was to smash a massive hole in the middle of it and let it sink to the bottom. And the only way of doing that was to ram it.
A closer look reveals that this ram is battle damaged, its metal edges broken and distorted by a violent collision.
In one episode, we're told that the men up in a forward tower were literally catapulted out of the tower and into the sea after a ram strike. And we're told that it was an effective ram strike because, as the ancient author wrote, bronze hit bronze.
And this isn't the only discovery. Based on data from the survey, draining away more of the Mediterranean reveals a remarkable pattern. 10 more rams scattered across 2 square miles. More than enough to convince historians that an important naval battle took place here. But is it the legendary Battle of the Egadi Islands, described by Polybius? an unlikely piece of evidence may hold the answer. A single amphora storage jar found near one of the rams. By analyzing its shape, archaeologists can narrow down when and where it was made. It's like finding a black box recorder. The team believes the amphora is Carthaginian and dates to the 3rd century BC, the same period as the Battle of the Egadi Islands. The historian Polybius describes how the Carthaginians are carrying supplies for their soldiers in Sicily. Could this amphora be part of that cargo?
The plan was to cross to Mount Erice unobserved by the enemy and offload the stores. Then take on the soldiers in the lightened ships and engage the enemy.
But the Carthaginians never make it. Compelling evidence from the drained seabed now indicates this is where it all happened.
A number of rams line up and give us a bearing that makes some sense, and that's fascinating. That is exciting.
The words of an ancient historian and the evidence of modern technology both point to the same conclusion. This is the site of the Battle of the Egadi Islands.
It was an important enough event for the Romans that they remembered the date. It was actually written down in a calendar somewhere. And we know that it occurred on 10 March 241 BC. This is not your typical naval battle where both sides prepare. This was a battle of opportunity.
The Carthaginians, still laden with supplies, head for shore, believing the coast is clear. But the Romans keep dozens of their ships hidden behind one of the islands. It's a huge ambush.
The lookouts spied the Carthaginian ships coming in, and as the Carthaginians saw the Romans in front of them, they had one of these "oh no" moments.
So we're talking about tens of thousands of men on board these ships, and they would have lined up across from each other in lines of battle, headed toward each other at a great rate, and smashed into each other head to head.
Polybius describes what happened next.
Before long, they were defeated. 50 of the Carthaginian ships were sunk, and 70 captured with their crews, while the prisoners numbered almost 10,000.
Another discovery on the seabed is a stark reminder that this epic victory came at a high price in human life. This is the last resting place of thousands of brave men. And it has been judged so important that its exact location must remain secret.
There's nothing else really like this. It's the first ancient battle site that's ever been discovered. It's just an incredible debris field.
But the Battle of the Egadi Islands was the turning point when a Roman fleet managed to absolutely trounce a Carthaginian fleet at sea.
This was the defining battle where Rome went from a regional power to a superpower.
The struggle between Rome and Carthage would last for another century. But victory here set Rome on a path to shaping the destiny of Europe for the next 700 years. As the last of its water runs away, the Mediterranean reveals a final secret. What can draining the Bay of Naples teach us about the glory and the decadence of the Roman Empire? "2,000 years ago, Rome has grown far beyond its Italian homeland. Its legions control a vast area, from North Africa to Northern Europe, from Spain to the Black Sea. and the Roman Navy dominates the Mediterranean from its port next to the city of Baiae, in the shadow of mighty Vesuvius. Baiae earns a reputation as the Sin City of ancient Rome. It's famous for debauchery and excess. But what really went on in this seaside party town? And why does so much of it lie abandoned beneath the waves? Now, marine archaeologist John Henderson is exploring the secrets of this sunken city. Starting with the huge harbor walls that once surrounded the city's port.
These are built by the Romans. They were incredible engineers. You can still see the artificial construction of this very clearly. You can see the brickwork, overlapping bricks. Amazing.
Beyond the port walls lie magnificent villas where Roman emperors host lavish parties.
Look at this. This is a mosaic floor of one of the bathhouses. Looks like it was just done yesterday. It's phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. This is called an Amphitheater. It's actually an elaborate dining room for the Emperor Claudius. You can imagine people eating food surrounded by these water nymphs. It was built to entertain the Emperor's most honored guests.
Well, one of the things I'm interested in is actually the scale of the site. Much of the focus has been on the resort area of Baiae itself, but on the margins of the site, there are constantly new areas coming up.
That's it, slow it down. There's a lot down there.
So why did the Romans lavish so much wealth on building a pleasure city here?
The Romans came to Baiae because of the lovely maritime climate and the thermal springs. But Baiae was also a very important port. It's a natural port. It's one of the best ports on the western coast of Italy at the time.
Wealth brought pleasure and excess to this Las Vegas of the Roman world.
There were parties, there was drinking, it was a place to get prostitutes. And writers at the time referred to it as a harbor of vice or a vortex of luxury.
The famous Roman philosopher, Seneca, is appalled by what he finds.
Baiae is a place to be avoided. People wandering drunk along the beach, the riotous reveling of sailing parties, the lakes noisy with singing.
But time is running out for this party town. Gradually, many of its most impressive public buildings and private villas are lost beneath the waves. What happened? Based on detailed sonar scanning, draining away the Mediterranean begins to reveal the real story of the rise and fall of Baiae. It exposes just how much of the city fell under the waves. 430 acres of streets, shops, warehouses, and luxury villas. Draining beyond the town uncovers the reason. An extraordinary landscape shaped by powerful underground forces. The whole town sits inside the shallow crater of a giant volcano.
You hear about Naples, people talk about Vesuvius. They don't seem to realize that the whole western bay of Naples itself is a massive volcano. We're actually standing in a volcano now.
The people of Baiae may not understand the unpredictable forces stirring beneath them.
And we know we're sat on a volcano, but it's not your normal volcano. It's this much larger and much more complex volcanic system.
There's remarkable evidence of its restless power 3 miles away, across the bay in the Temple of Serapis.
It's really when you get into the Roman ruins that you can see what's going on. You have to look closely, though. If you look up at the column behind me, you'll see in the middle part, it's got this strange texture to it. Lots and lots of holes in it. There's even bits of shell on this. This is a stone-boring marine mollusk. That tells me that this stuff has been under the sea. Time enough for those mollusks to get to grips with the columns. But look now, these columns are in place. And look where those marker horizons are now. That's like a tide on the side of a bath telling you where the sea level was. So we know that this has been dropped under the sea and it's now risen above.
Can draining the waters of the bay even further explain why this ancient landscape is constantly rising and falling? And finally show why the Romans lost their Sin City. Baiae, once a major Roman port, lies half submerged amid a volcanic landscape. John Henderson has been exploring the area beneath the waves, and he finds a telltale sign of the power at work here.
So we've got all these bubbles are coming out of the ground. All this hot air coming up from the seabed. You really get a sense here of the power that's underneath, waiting to burst out. Hot water piling out of the ground under the sea. I've never seen anything like this.
These underwater vents are superheated by molten rock from the volcano below, evidence that the forces stirring under Baiae are highly active. Locals call the area Campi Flegrei, the fields of fire. Now, for the first time, draining the water from the entire bay exposes an extraordinary sight. 24 separate volcanoes nesting inside the crater. It spans an incredible 38 square miles. But geologists here have been mapping deep inside the Earth itself. Now draining not only the Mediterranean, but looking deep into the layers of rock below it, reveals a fantastical sight. Giant cauldrons of superheated molten rock, known as magma chambers, that slowly empty and fill over centuries. Evidence that this huge volcanic system is still very much alive.
Basically, you've got magma chambers sitting under the sea, which operate almost like bellows. When they fill full of lava, the ground goes up. And then when they empty again, the ground goes down. And this process is going on constantly.
It's as if the land within the Campi Flegrei crater itself is breathing.
You feel like you're standing on some kind of giant's chest. You feel minute compared to the giant tectonic forces that are creating the world around you.
The damage caused by these breathing chambers of magma coincides with the decline of the Roman Empire. As part of the city slides beneath the Mediterranean, the population shrinks and the parties end. Sin City is no more. Today, the scientists studying the landscape here believe that pressures in the magma chambers are increasing once again, and that could have catastrophic consequences for the millions of people living close by.
We know it's an active system. So one of the interesting problems we have with something the size of Campi Flegrei is it going to erupt big or is it going to erupt small?
Big could mean very big. In AD 79, nearby Vesuvius erupts. It destroys the city of Pompeii. thousands of people burn to death or choke on volcanic ash. But scientists know the volcanic system feeding the fields of fire is far larger and far more powerful than Vesuvius. And with so many people living nearby, it's vital to keep a close eye on the breathing giant beneath them.
It's even more critical that we monitor volcanoes like this, and that's because we're verging on the side of what we call a supervolcano.
Even the smallest changes in the ground level or its temperature could be a vital warning sign that the unstoppable forces of nature are about to turn ugly.
If we had an eruption where these multiple craters evacuated, it would be devastating. It would essentially flatten this area.
The eruption could be almost 10 times more powerful than the one at Santorini that shattered the Minoan world. Vast amounts of volcanic material would be ejected into the atmosphere, blocking out the sunlight. Global temperatures would plummet, with devastating consequences. New scanning technology reveals remarkable evidence lying hidden beneath the waters of the Mediterranean, the raw forces of nature still shaping this volcanic landscape. Priceless evidence of the trade that drove the ancient world, and an epic battle that changed the course of history. Lost civilizations, mysterious sunken cities, and legendary Atlantis itself. Vanished beneath the waves.
There is a huge amount of unrecorded human history beneath the ocean surface that we don't know very much about at all.
Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can, using the latest underwater technology, piercing the deep oceans and turning accurate data into 3D images. Is this a huge underwater temple carved by a mysterious lost civilization?
一種マチュピチュの遺跡に似てるんだなということから海底に
Why are these perfectly circular stones lying at the bottom of a bay in the Aegean Sea?
There are shapes on the seabed that just don't make sense.
Are these just rocks or the remains of an ancient city?
Parts of this are just beginning to be revealed for the first time. Wow.
And is the real site of Atlantis finally about to be revealed?
People want to believe in places like Atlantis. They want to believe in other worlds.
Stories of sunken cities have fascinated for millennia. The most tantalizing of all, Atlantis. First described by ancient philosopher Plato, a dazzling civilization destroyed by the gods as punishment for human pride.
People connect to that story. And it's because of this idea of an ancient civilization, a utopia, that we've evolved from.
2,000 years later, the idea of Atlantis continues to fascinate A-list archaeologists and the producers of B-list movies.
Atlantis is the story of those who, like today, would use the marvels of science to conquer and enslave. Atlantis, a world that worshipped strange gods of science, a science gone berserk.
Plato would have loved this, okay? He would have had a great time. He would have said, at last, you know, people are listening to me, people are taking my story seriously, and he would have enjoyed this immensely.
Using science, not science fiction, draining the oceans exposes new evidence about Atlantis and other stories of great sunken cities around the world. As the waters recede from around the remote Japanese island of Yanaguni, a mysterious formation begins to appear. Could it be the creation of an advanced ancient people? Yanaguni lies in the East China Sea. The waters here are perilous. Schools of hammerhead sharks patrol amid powerful currents. Typhoons frequently batter the island. For divers, it's the ultimate challenge. Kiichiro Arataki is one of the pioneers of diving here.
空中から空から地形を見てるように
The water was crystal clear. I felt as if I were looking down into the seabed from the sky.
Searching for a new dive site, he makes a startling discovery.
I saw a steps-like formation like terraced fields. I thought for a moment it was similar to the Machu Picchu ruins. So I named the spot the submarine ruins.
It's an extraordinary spectacle. The size of 5 football fields. Smooth-sided walls rise up to the summit, the height of an 8-story building. Flights of stone steps climb up from the base. And on every side, the shapes and forms are strikingly regular.
It can't be formed naturally without human involvement. It couldn't be like that.
So, what could it be? It's impossible to investigate the structure fully by diving. The only way is to conduct a survey using the latest scanning technology.
与那国島に限らず、沿岸の旋回機
Although the shallow waters around Yonaguni Island are close to human habitation, we don't know much about them.
身近なんですが、プロ
It's an unknown frontier.
Using sonar scans, Hironobu Kan records a complete digital map of the seafloor. Using this data, it's possible, for the very first time, to drain away the waters and reveal what lies beneath in exact detail. The summit of the mysterious structure begins to appear. Water pours off its smooth terraced layers, exposing them once again to the sky. And with the monument left high and dry, its true scale becomes clear. Vast, imposing, and spectacular. The incredible discovery attracts worldwide attention. Divers, journalists, and TV crews flock to Yonaguni, all asking, what could this mysterious structure be? And scientists come here too. Among them is Professor Masaki Kimura, one of Japan's top marine geologists.
When I dived underwater to explore it, I felt right away that it must be a man-made structure.
He finds several features that he believes indicate human activity.
Here, you see something that looks like the front gate of a castle. It's like a tunnel, and you go through it.
On the far side of the tunnel, a road loops around to a flight of steps, watched over by two mysterious stone objects.
They are mound-like bulges, here and here. And if you look at them, you will find turtles with their necks extended on both sides.
According to ancient Japanese folklore, the dragon god Ryujin lives in an underwater palace watched over by turtles. To Professor Kimura, this indicates that the monument is so important it needs guarding. And that's not all.
If you go up this path, you get to this place. This portion is triangular. That's why it's called the triangle pool. Since this very big and shallow as well, you can relax in it. Also, the sea surface is very close to it, and it's warm due to the sunlight. You feel chilly after you come out of the deeper area down there, and you can warm up here.
But the monument's most striking feature is its wide, flat terraces, large enough to support thousands of people. Professor Kimura believes the gateway, stairs, turtles, and terraces all point towards one purpose.
Judging from its shape, I think they used it as a castle.
But to prove his theory, Professor Kimura needs more: the artifacts of those who once lived here. He scours the structure looking for clues and discovers what looks like primitive tools. Then, hidden behind one of the Great Walls, the most remarkable find of all.
Look at this. A symbol is inscribed here, and here's a hole. Probably they hung this article like this. And here's something looking like a letter. Maybe it could be a kind of talisman to protect people from evil.
For Professor Kimura, the case is closed. The artifacts and the monument's regular shapes prove that humans lived here 8,000 years ago. After that, rising sea levels claimed the territory of this lost race of master builders. But is that the real story of Yonaguni? Professor Kimura believes that this extraordinary structure off the coast of Japan is a gigantic castle, built long before the pyramids of Egypt by a mysterious lost civilization. But is it? With the water drained away, it's possible to scrutinize the monument in forensic detail. The edges appear regular and straight, as if made from blocks carved by human hand. But closer examination reveals something else. The surfaces are smooth and unbroken. The monument is not assembled from handmade blocks, but is in fact one solid mass of rock.
大きく言えばピラミッドエリアと、背後の岬というのは
The pyramid area and the headland behind it are connected with each other. The surface of the terrain has a lot of grooves, so you may think they're separate. But since they consist of the identical stone, they are originally connected.
The basic form of the monument is clearly natural. But what about the gateway, steps, turtles, and pool? Could it be that an ancient people carved into this huge rock, transforming it into a great castle or temple? Studying the headland on shore provides the answer. The shapes here are strikingly similar to those found on the monument, and that's because they were formed in exactly the same way. Both are made of sandstone, which, when subjected to stress, such as during an earthquake, can fracture along vertical faults, forming angular shapes and what look like steps.
Put something like that underwater, have the water wash over the top of it and clear away all the debris, and you've got very, very fine step-like structures. But they're no more human-made than any other structure down there.
The lack of tool marks is further confirmation. The forces which shaped this remarkable place are geological. But what of the artifacts? Perhaps the monument, if not built by ancient people, was inhabited by them, walking these steps, crowding these natural terraces. But so far, no other objects have been found, suggesting that the talisman and tools were dropped from a boat passing overhead, landing on the monument simply by chance.
The clear thing for Yonaguni for me is there's no pottery, there's no evidence of actual human occupation, there's not a single wall from the site. There's nothing on it that indicates human activity.
The Yonaguni Monument is an extraordinary natural formation created by epic geological forces. But its shapes appear so regular that many still believe it holds a secret, ancient purpose.
You can take that leap if you have an imagination and say, yes, this could be an ancient city beneath the sea. But in the case of Yonaguni, I'm in those ranks that feel that it's not. It's geology.
We want to believe that science doesn't have all the answers. We want to believe innately that there is something out there that we can connect with spiritually and that hasn't really been polluted by being the subject of scientific discovery.
And still among the believers is Professor Kimura. He remains convinced that the monument was inhabited by his ancestors and continues to search for evidence to prove the doubters wrong. Beneath the oceans of the world lie many more tantalizing traces of possible lost civilizations. As the water continues to drain away in the eastern Mediterranean, astonishing structures emerge in a quiet island harbor. Is this jumble of shaped stones the architectural debris of a once great city? Alikanos Bay, a tourist hotspot on the island of Zakynthos, Greece. Diver Pavlos Voutos sets out to take some underwater photos.
I went in the water to make photographs. General photographs of fish, of weed, of things in the bottom, rocks, formations, things.
Pavlos swims farther out into the bay, in search of clearer water. Then, out of the gloom, he sees something that will change his life.
It was really strange. They don't look like the rocks at the harbor or the rocks at the beach. It's something really unique because it looks like man-made.
The debris stretches out for hundreds of yards in all directions. The area is so large that Pavlos is convinced he's found the remains of an entire town.
There are too many different shaped stones. They look like pavement or like walls that have fallen down and break in pieces. But definitely they don't look natural. I was dreaming of palaces and temples and ancient life. It was an amazing find.
The discovery sends a bolt of electricity through the world of archaeology. Professor Michael Stamatakis immediately travels to Zakynthos to investigate.
When they sent me initially some photographs, I have to say that I was confused. And I thought that they probably are some man-made products.
Stamatakis recalls seeing similar shapes on land at the site of an ancient settlement built over 2,000 years ago.
You see the carving here? Looks like. And also the other. So we have some findings in Alikanas in this size, small one, but long and narrow.
If the same shapes lie on the seabed, they could indicate an ancient settlement just offshore, concealed under the bay, and forgotten about for centuries.
If you show in any scientist this photograph and also a photograph of Malikana, say, that's the same, they say, okay.
Comparing the images is not enough. The only way to reveal a complete picture of the structures is a detailed underwater survey. Simon Brown is an expert in 3D modeling, but the task facing him is immense.
Right now, we're not quite sure how big the area is. I've estimated it's about 16 acres, which will be more than double the largest subject I've ever covered to date. It's a weird place. There's definitely features here that I've never seen anywhere else before. They look out of place. But then I started to see more regular shapes that look like cut stone. So my mind then starts to think, is it man-made?
Can draining the waters of the Mediterranean provide the answer? Simon Brown is mapping mysterious underwater structures discovered in a Greek bay. Could they be the remains of an ancient town? He takes nearly 4,000 high-resolution photographs of the seafloor, tracking each with pinpoint accuracy through GPS. Using these images, it's now possible to do something which has never been done before. Drain the waters of Alikanos Bay and reveal for the first time ever a 3D plan of the entire seafloor. As the Mediterranean begins to recede, a world is exposed that's been invisible for thousands of years. First, the rocky shoreline is left high and dry. Then, from the dark depths, regular shapes begin to appear, hidden among the rocks. Could they be the bases of stone columns, which together once formed a grand colonnade? The use of colonnades is a turning point in ancient Greek architecture. Builders can now switch from wood to stone, a far stronger material, to create ever larger temples to the gods. A colonnade in Atlantis Bay would prove that an important ancient settlement once stood here. But some experts remain skeptical.
There are structures all over the world that mimic something that humans may have created. Doesn't mean that humans created them.
With the water drained away, it's now possible to search the seabed for evidence of human occupation. Fragments of the pots people cooked with, charcoal from their fires, tools for farming, and weapons for defending their homes. Any objects made of metal, clay, or stone should have survived. But there's nothing. Which means these extraordinary remains, whatever they are not the relics of a lost town. So what are they?
The first approach was to see the material not only from pictures, but to touch it. It's very soft. It's not easy to assume you can make a building with this very soft material. The so-called bases of the columns are composed of this soft material. So this material is just a little hardened mud. It's nothing more. It's like the material we have in the cliff.
Further analysis reveals the formations are what geologists call concretions, solid blocks of sedimentary rock formed by powerful volcanic activity. Underwater vents release methane from deep within the earth. Combining with microbes and sediment, the methane causes regular circular shapes to form. Far from being a relic of ancient Greece, the structures here predate human activities by 5 million years. Despite all the evidence against his theory, Pavlos Voutos remains convinced that the fantastical landscape he discovered was shaped by his ancestors.
I don't know if there was a palace, castle, some temples, storages, or just houses. This is for the scientists to find. What I see is signs of civilization.
Classical civilizations dominate the Mediterranean for over 1,000 years. Today, all around its coast, people tell stories of sunken cities. As the waters around Greece drain away further, an extraordinary underwater vista is exposed. Could these patterns on the seafloor be remnants of an ancient city? The village of Elefonisos sits on a small island just off the Greek coast. At first glance, an ordinary fishing port. But in 1967, less than 100 yards out to sea, something attracts the attention of a visiting maritime archaeologist. Snorkeling in 13 feet of water, Nicholas Fleming catches a glimpse of regular shapes on the seafloor. Then, exploring deeper, he sees what he thinks is evidence of human activity.
I looked at these rows of stones and I just had no idea what it was, but I realized immediately that it was man-made, that we were looking at a large part of a town, and I mean, I just went crazy.
Fleming is convinced he has found something special. But could these simply be natural formations, mimicking human structures, like the concretions of nearby Alacanis Bay? The following year, Fleming returns with a team of surveyors to discover the truth. Using tape measures, they document what they find, and the results are astonishing. The site is strewn with signs of human activity. Pots, storage vessels, and tools lie across a huge area of the seabed. There can be no doubt Fleming has discovered the remains of an ancient town. It's named Pavlopetri, after a nearby island. But who built it, and when?
Okay, check all that.
These questions inspire a generation of archaeologists.
Well, I've always been interested in submerged settlements, submerged towns, and I'd read about Pavlopetri as a boy, and this idea of an intact prehistoric town underwater just seemed, you know, incredibly romantic, incredibly exciting.
Henderson can now fulfill a childhood dream and explore this haunted underwater world for himself.
And here we have a quernstone. There you can see it's got a very concave surface there. That's for grinding, ground whatever it was that you were turning into, you know, flour. That's quite a clear artifact. Very nice. There is a huge amphora. 1 amphora, 2 amphora, 3, 4, 5. This gives you a real example of what's coming out of the sand, what's eroding out of the sand. Look, that's the base of an amphora. There's the amphora shape there. It's on its side. There's another one next to it, and another one there.
And further into the bay, more evidence of human life and death.
So here's a cyst grave, edge set slabs, a very small one, possibly for a baby. There are about 40 of these on the site.
Diving gives intriguing glimpses of objects lying upon the seabed. But it's impossible to gain a complete picture. To do this, it must be mapped with the latest in underwater scanning technology. Using this data, it's now possible to drain away the waters above Pavlopetri and bring sunlight back to a forgotten world and a true sunken city. With the entire bay drained away, everything becomes clear. The lines are the foundations of buildings laid out in clear streets. At the heart of the town is a large open area, perhaps an ancient marketplace. And nearby, the remnants of a huge structure, perhaps an important civic building. The remains cover 20 acres, and the town could have housed 4,000 people. A thriving ancient settlement once existed here. The next challenge is to discover who built it and when.
We know how old the occupation of the site is because we've got pottery. And pottery, particularly in this part of the world, is very well dated. What was really exciting is we actually found evidence for pottery from the end of the Stone Age. So we've actually got occupation here from about 5,500 years ago. And then we've got every single bit of pottery you would expect up to about 1,100 BC. There's no gaps in that. So the place seems to have been continuously occupied throughout the Bronze Age.
Pavlopetri was occupied for 2,400 years during a revolutionary period of human development. At its peak, in the Bronze Age, around 1700 BC, it looked like this. A perfect example of the time when Europeans start to live in stone-built towns with regular laid-out streets. But one question remains. Why did the builders of this town choose this particular location in a remote part of ancient Greece? Exploring the drained landscape around the ancient city reveals an all-important clue. At its edge, a huge sandbank stretches out into the ocean. During the Bronze Age, people don't build ports out of stone. They bring ships up to the shore and then beach them. And Pavlopetri's location means it can exploit the trade routes that boomed during the Bronze Age across the Mediterranean. Evidence of early commercial activity is everywhere.
The interesting thing is we've clearly got a lot of material coming in. We've found thousands and thousands of shards of very large storage vessels, which have been used for storing olive oil, wine, that kind of thing, and generally anything. They were like the containers of the day.
And that's not all. Pavlopetri is also a hub for manufacturing.
We've got a lot of evidence for loom weights. Thousands of loom weights, way more than you would need for domestic production. So it seems that maybe textiles were something that were being produced on the site and perhaps exported.
Pavlopetri is an extraordinary, bustling, vibrant port city and an important center of trade. So how did such an advanced metropolis meet its end? An ancient submerged city off the coast of Greece. How it came to lie on the seafloor is a mystery.
One of the interesting things about Pavlopetri and its submergence is there's actually no historical references to it at all. It sunk into the waves and then it was out of sight, out of mind. And there's certainly no classical sources that refer to its sinking, and there's nothing until its discovery, really, in the 20th century.
Scanning the drained bay could reveal what happened to Pavlopetri. At the edge of the town, it's possible to make out three mysterious lines. These are strips of beach rock formed by the action of sunlight on salt water. They form only near the shoreline. It can mean only one thing. Earthquakes caused this land to subside into the sea.
So there was a big earthquake. Perhaps part of the remains went under the water and part of them was still surviving. Then there was another earthquake, it was pushed under. Then there was a third, and it was gone.
Pavlopetri is one of the most important Bronze Age sites in the world, and the oldest submerged town ever discovered. But it's not alone.
A lot of the major finds in the next couple of decades are going to come from the sea. I think we have the potential to rewrite what we know about human history.
Pavlopetri is an extraordinary find, but it is not the legendary Atlantis. Various locations for Plato's dazzling city have been proposed around the world. But most academic investigations point to one place, the Mediterranean. As its waters continue to drain away at its western end, new and tantalizing evidence is revealed. Could archaeologists finally have found the site of Plato's famous lost city? Mark Gutcher is a geophysicist, long fascinated by Plato's story.
I do think that becoming interested in Atlantis can be almost like a bug or an infection or like gambling. I think one can become obsessed.
Plato wrote about Atlantis in 360 BC, describing an advanced metropolis 9,000 years before his own time, lost beneath the waves in a cataclysmic event. Mark Gutcher has analyzed Plato's texts, searching for clues to its location.
This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean from an island situated in front of the straits which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles.
The Pillars of Heracles is the name given by Plato to the maritime boundary of the ancient Greek world. Many locations have been suggested, but Mark believes he has the answer: the Straits of Gibraltar.
So here at Cape Spartel, we're at the northern edge of the Moroccan Atlantic coast and just at the entrance to the Straits of Gibraltar. About 10 to 15 kilometers off to the northwest, there's a submerged bank. Some people have suggested that it might have been inhabited and it might have formed the origin of the Atlantis legend.
Today, this area sits under the second busiest shipping route in the world, a difficult place for subsea investigation. During a project to study rising sea levels here, Mark gets his chance. Using a remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, he sets out to map the seafloor. It's challenging work.
It was very difficult. Both the towing of the camera was difficult, keeping the ship in place was difficult, and especially trying to keep the ROV in place was really, really difficult.
Finally, Mark gets the sonar scanning data that he needs. Now, combining this information with the latest computer graphics, it's possible to drain away the seawater from between the ancient pillars of Heracles and attempt to solve one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of all time. Soon, rocks begin to emerge, and the unmistakable outline of an island gradually appears. Is this the site of Atlantis, exposed for the first time in 11,000 years? Once again, important clues lie in Plato's own writing.
Plato says that the city and all of its warlike men were destroyed in one day and night of terrible misfortune caused by strong earthquakes and floods.
The island revealed by draining the ocean sits on a subduction zone, a boundary between the huge tectonic plates that make up the Earth's surface, the exact point where the biggest earthquakes strike. A series of powerful earthquakes and tsunamis could have obliterated Atlantis and sent the island on which it rests down into the ocean depths.
You could imagine that during great earthquakes there might have been some subsidence. So if we were to take into account maybe 20 or 30 meters of subsidence due to those earthquakes, there might have been a somewhat larger island there.
The geology supports Plato's account of the destruction of Atlantis, but one other vital piece of evidence is still needed. Draining the ocean has revealed a mysterious island exactly where Plato said Atlantis would be. But one other piece of evidence must be present for it actually to be Atlantis: the remains of substantial man-made structures. Using the drained landscape, it's possible to study the island's surface in extraordinary three-dimensional detail. Searching carefully for the remains of walls, temples, bridges, and anything constructed by human hands. But there are none. Nowhere on this mysterious island Are there any lines or geometric shapes which would indicate the presence of a great ancient city?
Atlantis did not exist in the tiny island of Spartel. If it did exist, traces of it have not yet been found.
However, the story of this submerged island is not over yet. There may be no trace of a city built out of stone, but evidence found on land nearby suggests that during the Stone Age, when sea levels were much lower, people did live here and in many other places just like it. And during this period, our human ancestors make some of the most important breakthroughs of all time. They learn how to farm, keep domesticated animals, use sophisticated tools, build wooden houses, and begin to trade. Then, the last ice age comes to an end. Over the course of 15,000 years, sea levels rise by 400 feet, and the territory of these early people vanishes. Their tools, homes, and weapons are washed away. That elemental human story may help explain the timeless appeal of the Atlantis legend.
There are many, many stories out there in the world that recall times when land that was once inhabited was submerged. Did that information inform Plato's fiction about Atlantis?
I think there's no doubt that almost every culture in the world has a flood myth, a deluge story, because we developed as a species within this period of rising sea level. So that, for me, is so fundamental to understanding ourselves as a species that we should be looking into this.
Plato's story of Atlantis is about human folly and the destructive power of nature. Today, the rising level of the oceans threatens all coastal communities. Great port cities like Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh City, and Dhaka are all at risk. And in North America, there's one of particular concern: New Orleans. Sitting on the banks of the great Mississippi River, the city's average height is 6 feet below sea level. This makes it highly vulnerable to flooding. In 2005, disaster strikes. Hurricane Katrina causes a massive storm surge, and the levees designed to protect the city are breached. The resulting floods are catastrophic. Nearly 2,000 people die, and many more are left homeless. And the situation in New Orleans is getting worse because the city itself is sinking. Due in part to the removal of groundwater, some districts of New Orleans are subsiding by 2 inches a year.
Given ongoing sea level rise, which is a scientific fact, the time will come when some of our settlements in our time are underwater. Cities like New Orleans, they all have suffered incursions of water. And the time will come when we will no longer be able to battle that incursion.
By the turn of the next century, New Orleans could be uninhabitable. A mysterious underwater city studied by maritime archaeologists. A modern-day Atlantis. Treasure hunting has captured our imaginations for centuries.
I think everybody at some point in their life has dreamed about finding treasure.
I knew straight away that it was gold.
There was over 30 tons of silver ingots on board, 200,000 coins, gold, emeralds.
Once treasure and treasure diving gets in your blood, it's hard to get it out.
Sunken treasures remain lost below the waves. Until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, draining the water away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology. Piercing the deep oceans and turning accurate data into 3D images. How do you excavate a fortune in sunken silver from a wreck lost in shifting sands?
It's an amazing amount of money.
Why is the treasure from a wrecked Spanish galleon spread over 10 miles of Florida's seabed? And how can the world's biggest haul of lost gold bullion be recovered from the Arctic depths? Today, moving money is simple.
These days, you push a button and funds are electronically transferred. But in the past, the oceans were a pretty consistent means of moving the world's money.
For centuries, treasure ships sailed the oceans of the world, packed with silver, gold, and precious stones. Hunted by pirates, battered by storms, threatened by reefs and rocky shores.
The reason that you would find treasure underwater is the water has been the greatest highway in human history.
And where there's treasure, there are treasure hunters.
I think people certainly catch gold fever. I think people love searching for things. It's deep in our psyche.
Around the world, hundreds of treasure wrecks remain unexplored. As the waters of the oceans begin to drain away, they reveal their most valuable secrets. The English Channel, 5 miles off the coast of Kent. The grave of an 18th century merchant ship. Lost to the waves and carrying a fortune in silver. The priceless wreck often vanishes and reappears under ever-shifting sandbanks. Can draining away the English Channel reveal the wreck and the sunken treasure? January 8th, 1740. The Dutch East India Company ship, the Roosevelt, sets off from the Netherlands into the English Channel. It's on an 8-month-long voyage to Indonesia, then known as the Dutch East Indies, the center of the spice trade. On board are merchants, soldiers, and a precious cargo.
It's said that there were about 300,000 guilders of silver on board of the ship. In silver bars and about 36,000 of coins.
A fortune in today's money, equivalent to around $100 million. A few miles off the English coast, a violent storm blows up. The ship hits sandbanks and disappears. 237 men die, and the silver is lost to the sea. Now, more than 270 years later, a team of underwater archaeologists investigate. Martijn Manders heads the expedition.
It's enormously unique to do a large-scale excavation underwater. We really have to take care of what's down there underwater or we lose it forever.
These are treacherous waters. To locate the wreck, the team uses the latest technology, multi-beam sonar scanning.
We came out and did a multi-beam survey. You create a whole image of the seabed.
Multi-beam sonar fires sound waves to the sea floor. The return signal displays the shape and depth of the features beneath.
And that way we can start putting that puzzle together.
Combining the sonar data with the latest visualization techniques, it's now possible to empty the waters of the English Channel. As the sea drains away, the first challenge the team faces is revealed: the landscape under the surface. It's an incredible hidden world. Miles of rolling dunes, like a desert underwater. The Goodwin Sands. Lying close to the surface, these endlessly shifting sands are a deadly threat to shipping.
They called it the Great Ship Swallower.
It's the graveyard for around 2,000 ships, each running aground in the treacherous shallows. The Roosevelt is swallowed here and disappears for centuries. Have the sands shifted enough to finally reveal this treasure ship? As the waters of the English Channel continue to drain away, a shape emerges. Twisted timbers of a ship from the 18th century. To an expert eye, artifacts of Dutch origin. And as it's revealed, high and dry, it's finally clear. This is all that is left of the Roosevelt. Archaeologists can now view the remains of the ship from any angle and examine it in fine detail. The hull shape is long lost to the ocean, but there is a pile of timbers, collapsed deck planks lying at strange angles, and 5 cannons scattered around.
We're basically uncovering something that hasn't been seen for the past 250 years.
But where is the treasure?
We're going to dive to it and investigate it and hope to find the secrets that this ship reveals. For a lot of people, this is a treasure ship. For the archaeologists, this is a treasure ship because we get so much information.
Fast-moving tides make the expedition difficult. Each day, there might be only 1 hour between tides that's safe for diving.
It is a race against the clock. Going down into an elevator is like going back in time.
Take it down, I'll give you an all-stop.
It's a time capsule of 1740.
Okay, you can relax, we've got a fix. Okay.
An umbilical cord provides air 75 feet down.
It was really, really exciting to start diving there. I was swimming, and then suddenly you see these cannons appearing and wood sticking out of the seabed. You really get this idea that this is the place where all these people died. This is a grave.
The drained wreck of the Roosevelt shows the scale of the challenge. Debris is spread over a large area. Here's what's thought to be the main part of the ship. But around 400 feet to the northwest lie 2 anchors and a pile of barrels. And more than 900 feet to the northeast, 10 cannon spread around. To the east, 8 more cannon in a row, next to another anchor. The team has only a 12-week window to work the wreck site, and it can take days to excavate just a few square feet, so they must focus their search.
We have to make choices, and this is what we did on the basis of the multi-beam data.
Martijn decides to home in on the stern.
It's the place where the officers, maybe the passengers, where the merchantmen used to live during their trip, where money was stored.
But how much treasure might still be down there? Using enormous vacuums to remove the sand, they hunt carefully amongst the debris.
Yeah, I got it.
Martijn finds a broken chest with its contents spilling out. And then, a thrilling moment. A silver coin. And soon, dozens more. Money destined for the East Indies that's been lying here for more than 270 years. The wreck of the Roosevelt is beginning to reveal its treasures.
Diver well?
Diver well.
These are pieces of 8. 8 real. Some people might know them from the pirate films.
The Spanish real was the standard trading currency of the 18th century. Made of silver, a single coin is worth more than a week's pay for a sailor. These coins are some of the thousands that the Dutch East India Company places on board ship, all minted just before the Roosevelt sails. But some of the other discovered coins are noticeably different.
These are large ducatons, but they're old. They're very old. These are 17th century, so they're probably about 70 years, 80 years older than when the ship wrecked.
They're not the newly minted company money that the ship is supposed to be carrying. Trading in private money was banned by the Dutch East India Company, so finding these coins raises new questions. If they aren't company money, whose are they, and what are they used for? The drained landscape around the Roosevelt reveals clues. The reals are found in clusters in the stern area, the part of the ship where company money is stored. But surprisingly, the other coins are found mixed in with them. Some even show evidence of being kept secret.
But really interesting of this coin is this little hole. Maybe it's worn under the clothes. Maybe somebody had a collar with all sorts of coins and just keeping it hidden.
Could these coins, found at the bottom of the English Channel, be incredible new evidence of one of the oldest trades in history? Smuggling.
So we have a notary deed, an official document.
In Amsterdam, Martijn Manders investigates the sunken treasure of the Roosevelt and meets historian Matthijs van Rossum.
And this is the interesting thing. We had these combinations of coins, all different kinds, very old.
That's definitely private trade.
Private trade means a booming black market in smuggled silver.
Isn't that illegal?
It was illegal because the company banned the shipment of silver from the Republic to Asia and back.
So this is evidence?
This is basically all illegal.
Silver is worth more in the East Indies than in the Netherlands because it can be used to buy trade goods like spices. Enterprising members of the crew collect cash from their families and friends. Then, once they arrive in Asia, they simply sell their private silver to the Dutch East India Company for a profit. It's illegal, but the company turns a blind eye to the trade because they use the smuggled silver to buy more spices. Draining the Roosevelt reveals that not only are the private coins found in the stern, they're also discovered in other areas of the wreck. This poses a new question.
Was it only the merchants did this, or was it more widespread?
This was actually very widespread. The captain, the first mate, the surgeons, the company merchant on board the ship. Then the lower ranks does indicate that the whole crew participated to some degree in this trade.
For 2 centuries, the Dutch East India Company dominates trade between Asia and its headquarters in Amsterdam, making the city the key commercial center in the world.
The Dutch East India Company was one of the very first large multinational corporations.
Its mission is profit. To trade silver for spices, using ships like the Roosevelt to spearhead trade. An earlier commercial dive uncovers the first evidence of the high value of the ship. 2 chests. Cracked open, there's a sight straight out of a high seas adventure story. In each, 50 bars of silver bullion, blackened by the water, worth a fortune, and now divided between the salvage team and the Dutch government. But the smuggled coins add new understanding to one of the most colorful sagas in the Age of Discovery, and reveal that everyone is secretly in on the take.
It's estimated that 50% of all the silver on board was smuggled money. So if you think about the Roosevelt, 36,000 coins on board officially. So that means 36,000 coins on board unofficially. That's an amazing amount of money.
How much more is there to find? It's 6 weeks into the 12-week expedition. At a harborside lab, experts carefully record the archaeological treasures so they can be studied anywhere in the world in stunning 3D detail. Pewter tableware, glass bottles from the captain's table, and more company coins.
We've only found 700 so far. There are many thousand more to find.
With only a few weeks left on the project, the race is on to recover as much as possible. And the team now also wants to solve the Roosevelt's long-standing mystery. How exactly did it meet its fate? The drained wreckage of the ship reveals clues. The stern section can be seen lying in a pile. More than 300 feet away, there's an anchor. And farther out, several cannon grouped together. What does this spread of clues reveal?
This is the evidence of the people struggling and trying to save their ship. The ship was caught by the storm, was pushed on the sandbanks of the Goodwin Sands. It's just been smashed on the sands. So what do? You throw away your heavy equipment and you start with your cannons.
During the storm, the crew ditches at least 23 cannon in an attempt to lighten the ship and break free from the sandbanks. Then the crew drops anchor, but there's no chance of escape.
It just gets stuck further and further. The sea lifting the ship and just pounding it onto the sand, breaking it in thousands of pieces. And everybody was lost. It's almost unimaginable.
The loss of the Roosevelt silver is a big blow for the Dutch East India Company.
Shipwrecks are one of the recurring threats for the company. So yearly there would be losses of ships, 1 or 2 on average. And some historians see this as one of the factors that contributes to the demise of the Dutch East India Company.
Now, after 12 weeks of challenging excavation, the archaeological expedition is almost at an end.
So this is the last night of the project. 12 weeks of great dives, but also we had storms, we had lots of difficult tides, bad visibility, but we've also made a lot of progress.
We've found around 2,000 coins.
Both divers, if you stop work.
It's only a fraction of the coins known to be on board. Including the smuggled ones, the value of Rosevike silver could now be up to $125 million. Martijn plans to return to the wreck site. How much more of the Rosevike's sunken treasures can be recovered from the shifting sands below? Archaeologists and treasure hunters continue to scour the seas. And as the world's oceans continue to drain away, they reveal yet more tantalizing clues of fortunes lost under the waves. The Florida Keys. In 1622, a Spanish galleon sinks here, laden with an extraordinary haul of silver, gold, and gems. For decades, treasure hunters pursue a dream: to find one of the richest wrecks in history. Can draining the oceans here reveal the fabled motherlode of the vanished treasure ship Atocha?
I'm Kim Fisher, and I'm a treasure hunter. Gold fever, treasure fever. I think everybody at some point in their life has dreamed about finding treasure.
Off the coast of Key West, Florida, a team of self-styled treasure hunters is chasing the legend of the treasure ship Atocha, known to have been lost in these waters.
Nice clean bottom. Well, looks like we got something coming in here. Yeah. Nice target. Once treasure and treasure diving gets in your blood, it's hard to get it out.
Maritime archaeologist Corey Malcolm has spent 2 decades investigating the fate of the Spanish galleon.
The Atocha, we know, specifically carried 260 people on board. Some of these people were the wealthiest people in the world. You had religious figures, you had explorers.
September 4th, 1622. The Nuestra Senora de Atocha is part of a fleet of 28 ships that leaves Havana, Cuba, bound for Spain. It's laden with silver, gold, and gems, more than a year's worth of treasure obtained by the Spanish from their empire in Mexico and South America.
The Atocha was a tremendously important ship to Spain. It was carrying a huge amount of treasure. I mean, there was over 30 tons of silver ingots on board, 200,000 coins, gold, emeralds.
But the Atocha quickly runs into trouble.
It wasn't a day out from Havana that they started feeling the wind increase, the seas starting to build, and they knew they were caught.
A hurricane closes in. The ship is lost. Only 5 men survive to tell the tale. And their testimonies say that what sunk the ship wasn't just the high wind and waves. There is clearly something else here that poses a deadly threat to shipping. This area is notorious for shipwrecks. Around 1,000 ships have been doomed along the Florida Keys. Ships are drawn to these waters to make use of the Gulf Stream, the ancient highway of the seas. The best way to see what might have wrecked the Spanish galleon is to drain the ocean. Now, multi-beam sonar scanning details the extraordinary subsea landscape around the Florida Keys. As the waters drain away, a vast coastal mountain range is revealed. The shallow Florida Keys are just the peaks. Beyond them, the land drops down up to 6,000 feet into an ocean abyss. This is the edge of the North American continental shelf.
We have a pretty dramatic drop-off here. It goes down like a wall.
Further in from the leading edge, an amazing sight is now revealed. Hard, rock-like formations. This is North America's only coral reef, known as the Florida Reef Tract, and it lies just under the surface of the sea. Today, lighthouses stand guard here. But for the Spanish traders on the Atocha, there is no such warning.
A ship like a Spanish galleon that might draw 12 feet, it is going to hit a shallow reef like that, and it's going to have its bottom torn out and sink.
But will draining the Florida Keys reveal the Atocha and its treasure? Throughout the 1970s, treasure hunter Mel Fisher searches for the lost ship. He and his family are driven by stories of the legendary treasure.
My dad was an eternal optimist. Today's the day, he told us every day, today's the day we're going to find it.
For more than a decade, the Fisher team finds clues of the Atocha, cannon, and even silver coins. These finds are tantalizing and help finance the continuing search for what the team calls the mother lode.
In the early years, people thought Mel was crazy. It's, you're never gonna find it.
For some observers, treasure hunting and archaeological preservation don't mix. Mel Fisher invented a propeller blast system to clear away sand. Recovering sunken treasures this way can damage the seafloor and some of the artifacts that lie upon it. But the treasure hunters believe that their work also helps us understand the past.
We're kind of saving history. If we didn't go out there and recover these items in a responsible manner and bring them to light for the public, they would be lost forever.
15 years after the Fisher team begins searching, there's a breakthrough. Cameras capture murky images on the seafloor. Draining away the waters of the Florida Keys reveals clearly one of the most valuable shipwrecks in history. Based upon the latest scanning data and computer visualization technology, it's possible to empty the seas, exposing what the Fisher family spent almost 2 decades looking for. Visible for the first time in 4 centuries, wreckage of the Atocha, 55 feet down, once again open to the light of day. Strewn around, timbers from the ship's hull, stones carried as ship's ballast. Poking out of the mud, debris of shattered treasure chests.
It really doesn't look like a ship anymore. It's broken up, it's decayed.
Among the wreckage, a pile of blackened metal. It's a massive block of silver bars. 30 tons in total. The mother lode of the Atocha, exposed for all to see.
It's an emotion. It was a wonderful feeling of accomplishment to see Mel Fisher's dream, the mother lode.
Lobsters around it a whole bit.
When I got out of the water, I went over to my chart and I put a real X on the chart of here's the treasure. It was totally overwhelming.
We were all elated. We'd spent most of my life looking for this one wreck. Now there it was.
It's arguably the biggest ever haul of Spanish treasure, making the Fisher family and their backers wealthy beyond their wildest dreams.
The mother lode in 1985 was valued at about $400 million at that time. Between now and then, we've recovered a lot more, and the value in today's numbers, you know, it's somewhere probably twice that, you know, approaching $1 billion wreck. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Among the treasures are an emerald and gold cross and ring. Rare silver from the Incan Empire. Gold chains. And cups. And the Fishers are not finished yet. Their search for more of the Atocha's riches continues.
Based on what we see on the manifest and what's been recovered, we can estimate there's 300 silver bars. There was about 70 pounds of emeralds smuggled on board the Atocha. And we've only found about 6 or 7 pounds so far.
There's still a lot of treasure out there to be found.
The Fisher team has discovered that treasure from the Atocha has been found not just at the mother lode, but spread out over miles. Why is it spread so widely? And can draining the trail of wreckage lead to finding a second mother lode?
Yeah, keep your eye on that forward sonar. Let me know if you see any targets.
The hunt for the Atocha's lost emeralds is now focused on a missing part of the ship. The stern castle, where the wealthiest people on board have their cabins.
My number one target is probably a pile of emeralds.
Emeralds are so valuable that you could have one box full of emeralds that would be worth a whole ship full of silver. The Muzo mine produces the best emeralds in the world, even today. So keep your eyes open for big emeralds. That's the big prize.
Critical clues lie in the spread of wreckage and previously discovered treasures. The treasure hunters call it the Atocha Trail.
Depth is good. There's a target coming in right there. Might be something we have to go dig.
With the waters of the Florida Keys drained away, the true extent of the Atocha Trail is revealed. Survivors' accounts report that the ship hits the outer reef here and eventually sinks 2 miles away at the site where the mother lode is found. But then, the trail of wreckage appears to continue on for miles. Each point here marks a treasure already discovered.
It creates almost a breadcrumb trail on the sea floor.
Why are the Atocha's treasures spread over 10 miles of seabed? Following the trail itself gives the treasure hunters the answer.
We've pieced together what happened.
After the hurricane sinks the Atocha in September of 1622, another great storm pounds the sunken wreck.
30 days after the Atocha sank, the second hurricane came.
The bow and the stern and the upper decks all ripped loose in that second storm and started bouncing along, leaving a trail of treasure.
Lying 4 miles from the mother lode is what's thought to be the bow section of the ship. But the trail appears to continue even further.
That superstructure carried off, breaking up as it went along and dropping things.
The missing stern castle and a huge amount of treasure is projected to lie somewhere in this area. And now, new technology, a hovering autonomous underwater vehicle, or HAUV, allows the treasure hunters to find the tiniest clues.
It lets us scan large areas of seafloor.
Working under a legal permit, The new equipment will use a high-frequency magnetic field detector.
So we can detect metals deeper than ever before, and we can start to discriminate different metals.
And where there's more metal, the Fisher team expects to find the missing part of the ship and lost emeralds.
Well, looks like we got something coming in right here. That's just a matter of systematically working the trail of known artifacts and kind of like breadcrumbs through the forest.
The search continues. The age of the Spanish galleons is what many consider the first golden age of treasure on the high seas. But across the world's oceans, the amount of gold moved in the 20th century, especially during World War II, dwarfs all other periods. As the oceans of the world drain away, an extraordinary wreck is revealed near the Arctic Circle. Can draining a sunken British warship uncover the fate of the world's largest ever haul of gold bullion? The Arctic Ocean. 200 miles off the coast of Russia, somewhere beneath these freezing waters, lies one of the greatest secrets of World War II. As the ocean begins to empty, it reveals an astonishing sight. The 600-foot-long wreck of HMS Edinburgh, visible in its entirety for the first time in more than 70 years. The British warship's guns can be seen in the clear light of day. On the stern, the quarterdeck is peeled back. There's clear evidence of torpedo damage, a huge hole in the side. But a German torpedo didn't sink the Edinburgh. So what did, and why? April 30th, 1942, the Barents Sea in the Arctic Circle. It's the height of World War II, and a convoy of 13 British ships is on a perilous 1,700-mile voyage from Russia to their allies in the West.
It's one of the hardest campaigns of the war. You were under very serious attack from submarines, from aircraft, and even from surface ships.
Escorting the convoy is the 600-foot-long, 10,000-ton cruiser, HMS Edinburgh. It's a formidable warship with more than 24 guns. A German U-boat attacks.
The Germans carried out a torpedo attack. Another torpedo hit the ship, increasing the damage.
60 people are killed. 2 days later, the remaining crew are ordered to abandon ship, forcing a fateful decision on the Navy.
The Admiral decided that it was too far gone, and he ordered one of the destroyers to put a torpedo into her engine room. She went down within a couple of minutes, and she went completely vertical.
HMS Edinburgh sinks beneath the waves, 200 miles off the coast of Russia. Sunk by its own navy.
It was vitally important. You didn't want her falling into German hands.
But why take such extreme measures to keep the Edinburgh out of Nazi hands? The answer is gold.
The gold that was loaded on board the Edinburgh at Mansk was, we know for certain, was 5.5 tons. That's what the Admiral signed for. And 5.5 tons was 465 bars.
It's payment from Russia for war supplies, and worth $240 million in today's money. In 1942, recovering the gold from the damaged ship just before it sinks is too dangerous. The sunken treasure lies undisturbed for decades, and the ship is recognized as a war grave. But then a dive expedition, sanctioned by the British and Russian governments, is launched to salvage it. Leading the hunt is treasure diver Keith Jessup, working with marine engineer Rick Wharton.
What drove us to it is interesting. There was the allure of gold, but frankly, we didn't have great expectations at that stage. There were so many unknowns, like a moonshot.
The Edinburgh is 800 feet beneath the waves, in freezing waters, and there's no guarantee of success. The first challenge is finding a precise spot to search. It's suspected that the gold is stored in the bomb room. The problem is, this is one of the most secure areas on the ship. Situated deep inside the hull, the bomb room is where explosives are kept and valuable cargo. And it's behind the ship's 4-inch armor plating. Will draining the Arctic Ocean reveal how to access the wreck of HMS Edinburgh to recover its treasures? At 800 feet down, the wreck of HMS Edinburgh is too deep for scuba divers. To stand any chance of success, it will take a remarkable feat of human endurance. The team needs to operate in a high-tech pressurized chamber that looks like something found on a space station. It's a technique called saturation diving.
You basically go into a chamber and you're diving, your body is saturated with diving gases, and you remain saturated for the duration of the dive.
Saturating the diver's body with a mix of diving gases avoids long and costly decompression times. Leaving the chamber, the divers enter a diving bell, which drops through a hole in the ship and enters the freezing Arctic waters. They leave the diving bell, but remain attached by an umbilical cord.
The biggest problem I think we had diving at depth on the Edinburgh was staying warm. We had hot water suits, and we had hot water being pumped down from the surface.
Too hot, and the divers could be badly scalded. Or, if the supply fails, they could find themselves at the mercy of the freezing cold Arctic waters.
Then we'd be breathing a very hot gas, which is starting to burn the lungs. It was like being kicked in the back of the head by a mule. It wasn't pleasant diving.
The plan is for the divers to enter the ship through the torpedo hole in the side, then work their way through the ship to the bomb room. But during the first dive, there's an unexpected problem.
When they got into that hole, it was completely, we couldn't get the debris out.
It's a setback, and the team is forced to rethink.
The boat was ringed with armor plating, and we would have struggled to get through that. So we decided to go underneath the armor plating and cut our way into the ship.
Cutting into the bomb room is fraught with danger. It may still contain unstable explosive charges left over from the war.
We knew the inherent dangers, we knew the risks, and we were very slow and cautious when we were cutting our way into something. I actually cut my way into the bomb room first. There's no visibility. You couldn't see anything, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Everything was done by feel. And then I touched something that was slightly heavier. I tried to pick it up, and because of its size, it should have been easily be able to lift it, but the weight straight away gave me some sort of idea that this wasn't something ordinary. As soon as I lifted it, I knew straight away that it was gold. You don't see that often at 800 feet.
Roger, Roger. I don't know about you, John, but I'm shaking like hell.
And then euphoria broke out on the boat as well. Everybody's running around shouting and screaming and carrying on from the crew down. So it was a very exciting moment.
In total, 460 bars of gold are recovered, worth about $240 million in today's money. It's the biggest haul of lost gold bullion ever recovered from the seabed.
This is a lead copy, gold-plated. There's a serial number at the top, which is KP0620. Below that, you see the hammer and sickle and the Russian markings in a cartouche. Below that, it said 99.99. That's pure gold.
The value of the treasure is shared between the Russian and British governments and the salvage team.
It was a vast amount of money. We all did very well out of it. It completely changed our attitude to work because we never really had to again. We did, of course.
Now, emptied of its sunken treasure, peace returns to the Edinburgh.
Gold has always captured people's imagination.
Yeah, it's treasure fever.
There's millions of shipwrecks out there. But for every 10,000 shipwrecks on the seabed, probably one might be high value.
Once you start, once you go look for one, you can never stop.